Most people think strength is loud. They think it looks like pressure, speed, constant movement, constant winning. But the strongest minds in history were not built in noise. They were built in silence, in cold mornings, in lonely discipline, in the quiet moments when nobody was watching and a person had to choose between comfort or growth. Because every man and woman carries two selves inside them, one that wants ease and one that wants greatness, one that says, rest a little longer, and another that whispers, stand up anyway. The battle between those two voices shapes the entire direction of a life. But modern life has made that battle harder than ever. The distractions never stop. The mind never slows down. People wake up tired, scroll through stress all day, and fall asleep with a nervous system that never truly rested. The body lies down, but the mind keeps marching in circles. The Spartans understood something most people forget. A powerful life begins with a trained mind, not a perfect body, not endless motivation, a trained mind. A mind that can stay calm under pressure. A mind that does not panic easily. A mind that can suffer without collapsing. A mind that does not need comfort every moment to feel okay. And tonight, while your body rests, that is what we begin building. Not through force, not through pressure, but through quiet mental training, through stillness, through reflection, through learning how to sit above your thoughts instead of drowning inside them. Because deep down, there is already a stronger version of you waiting beneath the noise, a calmer version, a more disciplined version, a version that does not break so easily under stress, fear, rejection, or uncertainty. Tonight is not about becoming someone else. It is about remembering the strength that was already there, before the world filled your mind with noise. So let your body rest now, and let the forging begin. Because the truth is, most people do not lose their lives in one dramatic moment. They lose them slowly, one delayed decision at a time, one excuse at a time, one surrendered promise at a time. The mind says later so often that eventually later becomes a lifestyle. And after enough years pass, people wake up feeling disconnected from their own strength without even knowing how it happened. That is why the Spartans trained differently, not just to fight enemies outside themselves, but to conquer the weakness inside themselves first. And it always began with one lesson, teaching the mind to obey before it negotiates. There is a dangerous moment that happens every morning, but most people never notice it. It appears in the few seconds between a decision and an action. The alarm rings. The body feels heavy. The mind immediately begins speaking. Stay a little longer. You deserve rest. You can start tomorrow. One more hour won't matter. And that is where most lives quietly fall apart. Not because people are incapable, not because they lack talent, but because they allow negotiation to happen every single time discipline is required. The human mind is incredibly intelligent at protecting comfort. It will create emotional speeches just to avoid temporary discomfort. It will disguise laziness as self-care, fear as caution, delay as planning. The mind can sound wise while slowly destroying momentum. The Spartans understood this long before modern psychology existed. They knew that if a person only acted when they felt motivated, they would become weak in difficult seasons, so they trained themselves to move before emotions had time to interfere. When a command was given, they moved. Not after thinking about it for 20 minutes, not after waiting to feel ready. Immediately. Because hesitation feeds weakness. Action starves it. And the strange thing is this, the longer you negotiate with your mind, the heavier simple tasks begin to feel. Getting out of bed feels exhausting. Exercising feels impossible. Making one important phone call feels terrifying. Not because the tasks are truly hard, but because the habit of delay has trained the nervous system to resist effort. This is why mentally strong people often appear calm and decisive. They are not wasting energy debating every action. They train themselves to obey important decisions quickly. A weak mind says, "How do I feel?" A trained mind says, "What needs to be done?" That single difference changes entire lives, because feelings change constantly. Discipline does not. There will be mornings when motivation disappears completely, days when confidence feels distant, seasons when life feels unfair, confusing, exhausting, or emotionally cold. And if your actions depend only on emotion, your consistency will collapse every time difficulty arrives. But when the mind learns obedience, something powerful begins to happen. You stop needing perfect conditions. You stop waiting for emotional permission. You stop asking comfort for approval before taking action. And slowly, your identity changes. The Spartans trained this through small acts first, not giant victories. Small obedience, waking up immediately, finishing physical training, enduring cold weather without complaint, eating simple food without constant craving, speaking less, complaining less, reacting less. These things seem small from the outside, but they build something invisible inside a person: self-command. And self-command is rare. Most people are controlled by impulses they do not even notice. One uncomfortable emotion controls their whole day. One criticism ruins their confidence. One craving destroys discipline. One distraction steals hours of life. But the Spartan mindset was built on the belief that freedom begins when the mind no longer controls you through every emotion, urge, or fear. Real strength is not lifting heavy objects. Real strength is staying steady when your emotions try to pull you in 10 different directions. There is also another reason this lesson matters so deeply. Every promise you break to yourself weakens self-trust. And self-trust is the foundation of confidence. People often think confidence comes from compliments, success, money, appearance, or status. But deep confidence comes from something quieter. It comes from knowing that when you say you will do something, you do it, even when you do not feel like it, even when nobody sees it, even when it is inconvenient. The mind begins respecting itself when it sees consistent action. That respect creates inner stability, and inner stability creates peace, because a disciplined person no longer lives in constant conflict with themselves. Their mind stops becoming a battlefield of endless excuses and guilt. Decisions become cleaner, simpler, stronger. This does not mean becoming emotionless. Spartans still felt fear, pain, exhaustion, sadness, and doubt. They were human, but they refused to let temporary feelings become permanent leaders. That is the difference. Your emotions are real, but they are not always wise. Sometimes the mind says quit when you actually need perseverance. Sometimes it says hide when you actually need courage. Sometimes it says wait when action is the very thing that would free you. This is why training obedience matters. Not blind obedience to other people. Obedience to your higher decisions. Obedience to the future you are trying to build. Obedience to the values you claim to believe in. And tonight, while the body rests, this lesson settles deeper into the mind. You do not need to become harsher. You do not need to become colder. You simply need to stop allowing every passing emotion to control the direction of your life. Because the moment the mind learns to obey what matters before it begins negotiating comfort, a stronger life quietly begins. And once the mind learns to obey what matters, another battle quietly appears. Because even a disciplined person can still be captured by desire. You may wake up on time, work hard, keep your promises, and still feel restless inside if your heart is always reaching for more. More comfort, more approval, more possessions, more proof that you are finally enough. This is where the Spartan path becomes deeper. It does not only teach you to act, it teaches you to stop being owned by what you want. There is a quiet poverty that has nothing to do with money. It lives inside people who have enough, but never feel full. They get one thing, then immediately need another. They win one small victory, then compare it to someone else's bigger one. They buy, chase, upgrade, scroll, crave, and still go to bed with a strange emptiness in the chest. Not because life gave them nothing, but because desire trained them to see everything as incomplete. The Spartan art of wanting less was not about hating comfort. It was about refusing to let comfort become a master. That difference matters. Wanting less does not mean living with sadness. It does not mean pretending you do not enjoy good food, warm clothes, a peaceful home, or beautiful things. It means you can enjoy them without needing them to feel whole. It means your spirit does not collapse when life becomes simple. It means you can sit with little and still feel rich because your worth is not attached to what surrounds you. This is rare today. Modern life trains people to feel poor even when they are surrounded by abundance. A person can have food, shelter, a phone, entertainment, clothes, and safety, yet still feel behind because someone else has more. The mind compares faster than it appreciates. It sees another person's house, body, success, relationship, income or lifestyle, and suddenly what was enough 5 minutes ago feels small. That is how desire steals peace. It does not always take things away from you. Sometimes it simply poisons your ability to enjoy what you already have. The Spartans understood that a person who needs too much becomes easy to control. If you need luxury, people can tempt you. If you need praise, people can manipulate you. If you need constant pleasure, hardship can break you. If you need everyone to admire your life, you will spend your days performing instead of living. But the person who can want less becomes strangely powerful. They are harder to frighten, harder to tempt, harder to shame, harder to buy, because they have already made peace with simplicity. This is not weakness. This is freedom. A simple life can reveal a strong soul. When you remove unnecessary cravings, you begin to see what truly matters. Health matters, character matters, sleep matters, discipline matters, honest work matters, peace in the mind matters. The ability to look at yourself without disappointment matters. But many people trade these things for noise. They sacrifice their calm to look successful. They sacrifice their time to impress strangers. They sacrifice their health to afford things that only bring a short burst of excitement. And the sad part is, once the excitement fades, they need something else again. That is not wealth. That is hunger wearing expensive clothes. The Spartan mindset asks a sharp question. How much of what you want is truly yours, and how much was planted in you by the world? Some desires are honest. You may want a better life, a safer home, stronger health, deeper love, more meaningful work. These can be good desires. They can lift you. They can give direction. But other desires are not born from wisdom. They come from insecurity. They come from comparison. They come from the fear of being seen as ordinary. And when desire comes from fear, it never satisfies. You can feed it for years and still feel empty. So the practice is not to destroy desire, but to purify it. To ask, do I want this because it serves my life, or because I am trying to prove something? That question alone can save a person from years of chasing shadows. The Spartans trained themselves to live with less, so their inner strength would not depend on outer softness. Plain meals, hard beds, simple clothing, strict habits. Not because suffering was the goal, but because dependence was the enemy. They knew that when a person becomes too attached to comfort, the loss of comfort feels like death. But when you practice simplicity, discomfort loses its power. A plain meal no longer insults you. A quiet night no longer scares you. An ordinary day no longer feels like failure. You stop needing life to entertain you every hour. You begin to feel the dignity of enough. And enough is one of the most powerful words a human being can learn. Enough means you can breathe without chasing. Enough means you can work without desperation. Enough means you can admire someone else's success without hating your own life. Enough means you can build more without feeling worthless until you get it. This is the true balance. The Spartan mindset does not tell you to remain small. It tells you to grow from strength, not emptiness. Build if you must build. Earn if you must earn. Improve if you must improve. But do not let your soul become a beggar at the door of every new desire. Because a person who cannot feel rich with little will not feel rich with much. The container may grow, but the hunger grows with it. That is why wanting less is not a punishment. It is training. It teaches the mind to separate need from craving. It teaches the heart to enjoy without clinging. It teaches the spirit to stand steady even when life removes what once made it comfortable. Tonight, while your body rests, let this idea settle quietly. You do not need as much as the world says you need. You do not need to impress as many people. You do not need to own every symbol of success. You do not need to keep proving that your life is valuable by decorating it with things that exhaust you. You can want less and still be ambitious. You can live simply and still be powerful. You can have little in your hands and still carry greatness in your chest, because the richest person is not the one who owns the most. It is the one who needs the least to remain steady. And that steadiness creates something most people spend their whole lives searching for without realizing it. Because once you stop being controlled by endless craving, you begin hearing a quieter question underneath everything else. A more uncomfortable question, not what do I own, but who am I when nobody is looking? Because it is easy to appear disciplined in public, easy to look focused for a moment, easy to speak about goals, growth and strength when other people are listening. But character is not built in the spotlight. It is built in the unseen hours where excuses feel safe. There is a version of every person that only exists in private. The private eater, the private thinker, the private quitter, the private dreamer, the private liar, the private warrior. And eventually, the private self becomes the real self. That is why inner discipline matters so deeply. It is the ability to remain loyal to your standards even when there is no reward waiting at the end. No applause, no recognition, no praise, just you. And the decision you make when nobody would know the difference. This is where real mental strength begins. Because many people are not truly disciplined. They are socially pressured. They work hard because someone is checking. They behave well because someone is watching. They stay committed because they fear embarrassment. But remove the audience, and the structure collapses. The workout disappears. The promises disappear. The standards disappear. The Spartans feared this kind of weakness. They believed a person must become accountable to themselves before they can become dependable to anyone else. So they trained themselves in private first, long before battle, long before recognition, long before glory, because they understood something timeless. The habits you repeat alone shape the destiny you eventually live in public. Small private actions create powerful identities over time. Every time you wake up when you said you would, even though nobody forced you, your mind becomes a little stronger. Every time you stop yourself from wasting hours in distraction, your self-respect grows quietly. Every time you choose discipline over impulse in silence, you build invisible armor. And at first, these choices feel painfully small, almost meaningless. Nobody notices you putting the phone down earlier. Nobody claps because you stayed consistent for one more day. Nobody celebrates the moments you resisted temptation, stayed focused, controlled your anger, or honored your word. But something inside notices. Your mind notices. Your nervous system notices. Your identity notices. And slowly, you stop seeing yourself as someone who only talks about change. You begin seeing yourself as someone who can actually trust themselves. That trust changes everything. Because one of the deepest forms of suffering is secretly knowing you cannot rely on yourself. When a person constantly breaks promises to themselves, even small ones, a silent disappointment begins growing inside. The outside world may not see it, but internally, confidence weakens. Motivation becomes unstable. Goals begin feeling fake. The person starts doubting their own ability to follow through. Not because they are incapable, but because they trained inconsistency for too long. Inner discipline repairs that fracture. It teaches the mind that your words still mean something. And the beautiful thing is this. Discipline becomes easier once identity changes. At first, you force yourself, but eventually, the behavior becomes part of who you are. A disciplined person no longer debates every small action because their standards became automatic. Just like brushing teeth or locking a door, certain behaviors no longer require emotional discussion. This is why the Spartan mindset focused so heavily on repetition. Repeated action shapes character faster than repeated intention. Many people stay trapped because they worship intention instead of behavior. They say, I want to change. I plan to improve. I know what I should do. But knowledge without action slowly becomes frustration. The mind grows tired of hearing promises that reality never confirms. That is why even tiny acts of discipline matter. Making the bed, keeping your word, finishing what you started, sitting with discomfort instead of escaping instantly, speaking honestly, controlling small impulses, cleaning your space, managing your time. These things seem ordinary, but they are not ordinary at all. They are evidence. Evidence that the mind can lead the body instead of constantly obeying every emotion, craving, or distraction. And distractions today are stronger than ever. Modern life is designed to weaken attention. Endless scrolling, endless entertainment, endless stimulation. People can spend entire days consuming noise without realizing how deeply it drains the mind. The brain becomes overstimulated but underdeveloped, busy but unfocused, entertained but restless. Inner discipline protects you from becoming mentally scattered. It creates order inside the chaos, not rigid perfection, not cold robotic living, just self-command. The ability to say yes when it matters and no when it matters. There is also another hidden reward in private discipline: peace. Because disciplined people often suffer less mental chaos than undisciplined people. Not because their lives are perfect, but because they are no longer constantly fighting themselves. They reduce regret. They reduce avoidance. They reduce the guilt that comes from knowing important things are being ignored. A person who avoids responsibility may feel temporary relief, but that relief quickly turns into background anxiety. Tasks pile up, health declines, dreams remain untouched. Time passes. The mind quietly feels the weight of unfinished things. Discipline removes that invisible pressure little by little. It creates clean energy, forward movement, self-respect. And perhaps most importantly, it builds resilience. When you regularly practice doing difficult things voluntarily, life stops feeling quite so overwhelming. Challenges still hurt, stress still appears, But the nervous system becomes stronger because it is no longer addicted to ease. This was one of the Spartan secrets. They trained difficulty on purpose so real hardship would not shock their spirit. Cold mornings taught endurance. Physical training taught persistence. Silence taught restraint. Simplicity taught gratitude. Discipline taught freedom. And tonight, while your body rests, this lesson sinks deeper into the quiet parts of the mind. You do not need an audience to become stronger. You do not need perfect motivation. You do not need constant inspiration. You only need the willingness to keep honoring the person you are trying to become, especially in the moments nobody else sees. Because those unseen moments are not small. They are the forge where character is made. And once discipline begins growing in private, life starts revealing another truth that most people spend years trying to avoid. The path to strength rarely feels comfortable while you are walking through it. In fact, many of the qualities people admire most, patience, resilience, courage, calmness, endurance, self-control, are born in moments the average person tries to escape as quickly as possible. This is why the Spartan mindset did not run from discomfort. It studied it. Because discomfort is not always a sign that something is wrong. Sometimes it is a sign that growth is happening beneath the surface. But modern life teaches the opposite. People are trained to remove every inconvenience immediately. Hungry, instant delivery. Bored, endless scrolling. Sad, constant distraction. Tired, stimulation. Lonely, noise. Silence itself has become uncomfortable for many people because they are no longer used to sitting with their own thoughts. And little by little this creates fragile minds, not because people are bad or lazy, but because the nervous system becomes dependent on ease. The moment discomfort appears, panic follows. A difficult conversation feels unbearable. A delayed result feels unfair. A stressful season feels like personal destruction. Many people never learned how to remain steady inside temporary difficulty. The Spartans trained this differently from childhood. They understood that hardship was not always the enemy. Sometimes hardship was the instructor preparing the mind for reality. Cold weather taught endurance. Physical exhaustion taught mental control. Hunger taught appreciation. Silence taught reflection. Limitation taught creativity. They did not seek suffering for pleasure. They used discomfort as training so fear would not dominate them later. And this lesson still matters deeply today. Because every life contains discomfort, whether you prepare for it or not. Loss arrives, stress arrives, failure arrives, aging arrives. Uncertainty arrives. People change, plans collapse, bodies become tired. The question is not whether discomfort will appear. The question is whether you will collapse every time it does. Most suffering becomes heavier because people immediately resist it. The mind screams, "This should not be happening." But reality does not negotiate with preference. Life moves through seasons, not permanent comfort. And the faster a person accepts this truth, the calmer they become inside difficult moments. Acceptance is not weakness. It is clarity. A storm becomes more dangerous when you stand in the middle of it, screaming that storms should not exist. The Spartan mind learns to stand steady instead. This changes how you experience pain itself. When discomfort becomes a teacher instead of an enemy, every difficult moment begins carrying information. Stress reveals where patience is weak. Rejection reveals where self-worth depends too heavily on approval. Boredom reveals dependence on stimulation. Anger reveals where the ego still demands control. Discomfort exposes the places within us that still need strengthening. And while that truth can feel uncomfortable itself, it is also freeing. Because once you stop seeing hardship as punishment, you stop feeling personally attacked by every challenge life sends your way. A difficult season no longer means you are failing. Sometimes it means you are being shaped. This is why many strong people become calmer after hardship instead of bitter. Pain forced them to develop depth. It slowed them down. It humbled them. It taught them patience. It stripped away illusions. It revealed who truly cared about them. It taught them how little they actually needed to survive emotionally. The strange thing is that comfort rarely teaches these lessons. Comfort relaxes. Discomfort transforms. Even physically, this truth appears everywhere. Muscles grow by recovering from resistance. Endurance develops through repeated stress. Flexibility comes from gradual stretching. Nature itself grows through pressure. Yet mentally, many people expect strength without friction. They want wisdom without mistakes, confidence without failure, resilience without struggle. But the mind develops exactly like the body. Without resistance, it weakens. This does not mean you should make life unnecessarily miserable. The Spartan path is not about punishing yourself or becoming emotionally cold. It is about becoming less afraid of temporary discomfort. There is a huge difference. A strong person can still enjoy softness, laughter, rest, warmth, beauty, and peace. They simply do not panic when life becomes difficult. They do not interpret every uncomfortable emotion as an emergency. They understand that emotions move like weather. Some days feel heavy, some feel clear, some feel uncertain, but none of them last forever. This understanding creates emotional endurance, and emotional endurance is becoming rare. Many people now feel overwhelmed not because they are incapable, but because they never trained themselves to stay present inside discomfort long enough for strength to grow. They escape too quickly. The moment anxiety appears, they distract themselves. The moment boredom appears, they grab stimulation. The moment silence appears, they fill it with noise. But silence has lessons. Boredom has lessons. Waiting has lessons. Failure has lessons. Even loneliness has lessons if you stop running long enough to hear them. Sometimes discomfort is trying to reveal a life that no longer fits you. Sometimes it is forcing maturity. Sometimes it is teaching boundaries. Sometimes it is showing you how strong you actually are. And often, the pain you survive becomes the wisdom you later live by. The Spartans knew this deeply. That is why they respected endurance so much. Not loud endurance filled with drama and performance, quiet endurance. The ability to carry difficulty without losing dignity. The ability to remain calm without becoming numb. The ability to continue moving forward without needing life to feel easy every day. That kind of strength changes a person permanently. Because once you realize you can survive discomfort, fear loses part of its power over you. You stop avoiding every difficult task. You stop fearing temporary struggle. You stop collapsing every time life becomes uncertain. And slowly, courage becomes more natural. Not because discomfort disappeared, but because your relationship with discomfort changed. Tonight, while your body rests, let this settle gently into the deeper parts of your mind. Not every difficult moment is destroying you. Some moments are strengthening muscles inside your character that comfort could never reach. The hard conversation, the lonely season, the delayed result, the exhausting responsibility, the uncomfortable truth. These moments may not feel good while they are happening, but many times they are shaping the strongest parts of who you are becoming. Because the Spartan spirit is not built by avoiding discomfort. It is built by learning how to walk through it without losing yourself. And after enough time walking through discomfort instead of running from it, something unexpected begins happening inside the mind. You start seeing modern life differently. You notice how often people choose what is easy over what is meaningful, how quickly convenience becomes a kind of silent ruler, and how many lives slowly become smaller, weaker, and more restless Because comfort is no longer something people enjoy occasionally. It becomes something they obey constantly. This is where the Spartan mindset separates itself from the modern world in a powerful way. Because Spartans respected usefulness more than convenience. Today, convenience is treated almost like a god. Faster food, faster entertainment, faster pleasure, faster escape. Everything designed to remove effort, waiting, silence, patience, or discomfort. People no longer even need to sit alone with their thoughts for 5 minutes. Every empty moment gets filled instantly. A phone appears, a screen lights up, noise rushes in, and at first this feels harmless. But over time, something deeper happens. The mind loses its ability to tolerate slowness. People become impatient with growth, impatient with healing, impatient with learning, impatient with other people, impatient with themselves. They want transformation without process, peace without discipline, strength without resistance, results without repetition. Convenience quietly trains the brain to expect life to move at the speed of desire. But real life does not move that way. Nature does not rush. Healing does not rush. Wisdom does not rush. Character does not rush. The strongest things in existence are usually built slowly. And this is exactly why many people feel mentally exhausted today, even while living easier lives than many generations before them. The body may feel comfortable, but the mind becomes weak from constant dependence on ease. The nervous system loses endurance. Attention becomes scattered. Patience disappears. Tiny inconveniences begin feeling enormous. A slow internet connection ruins the mood. A delayed message creates anxiety. A difficult task feels unbearable. A few moments of boredom feel painful. This is not because people are incapable. It is because the mind adapted to instant comfort for too long. The Spartans trained against this on purpose. They believed that if comfort controlled you, eventually fear would control you too. Because once the mind becomes addicted to ease, anything difficult begins feeling threatening. A person starts organizing their entire life around avoiding inconvenience, avoiding challenge, avoiding effort, avoiding silence, avoiding uncertainty, avoiding responsibility, and little by little, the spirit becomes softer than it realizes. This is why many people stay trapped in lives they secretly dislike. Convenience keeps them there, not chains, not impossibility, just comfort mixed with fear. The familiar discomfort feels safer than the unfamiliar growth. But growth almost always begins with inconvenience. Learning new skills is inconvenient. Changing habits is inconvenient. Building discipline is inconvenient. Healing emotionally is inconvenient. Facing truth is inconvenient. Taking responsibility is inconvenient. And yet, these are the very things that create a powerful life. The Spartan mindset teaches you to stop asking, "What feels easiest right now?" and begin asking, "What makes me stronger in the long run?" That question changes decisions completely. Because convenience often gives short-term relief while quietly creating long-term weakness. And difficulty often creates short-term discomfort while quietly building long-term freedom. A person who always chooses convenience may feel temporarily comfortable, but eventually they become dependent on motivation, dependent on entertainment, dependent on constant stimulation, dependent on comfort to feel emotionally stable. But a person who trains themselves to function without needing perfect conditions becomes resilient. That resilience creates peace. You begin noticing that you do not actually need as much as you once believed. You do not need constant distraction to survive boredom. You do not need endless validation to feel valuable. You do not need every moment to feel pleasant in order for life to remain meaningful. And strangely, when convenience stops controlling you, simple things begin feeling richer again. A quiet walk feels calming. A home-cooked meal feels satisfying. Silence feels restorative instead of threatening. Rest feels earned. Conversations feel deeper. Attention improves. Gratitude returns. This happens because overstimulation slowly fades from the nervous system. The mind stops expecting constant reward every few seconds, and once that expectation weakens, ordinary life becomes beautiful again. The Spartans protected this simplicity carefully. They understood that luxury can quietly weaken appreciation. When people constantly consume more, they often enjoy less. Pleasure loses depth when the mind becomes overstimulated. The person keeps increasing comfort while feeling emptier inside. This is why many wealthy people still feel restless. Comfort alone cannot satisfy a hungry spirit, and convenience alone cannot create meaning. Meaning usually requires effort. Effort to learn, effort to build, effort to love well, effort to stay disciplined, effort to grow through pain instead of escaping it. This effort is not punishment, it is participation in life itself. There is also another hidden danger in worshipping convenience. It weakens self-respect. Deep down, people admire effort, even internally. When you consistently avoid difficulty, part of the mind notices. It quietly understands that fear and comfort are controlling decisions. Over time, this creates frustration, shame, and self-doubt. But when you voluntarily do difficult things, even small ones, self-respect grows. Waking up earlier, finishing what you started, having uncomfortable conversations honestly, training the body, limiting distractions, sitting in silence without reaching for stimulation. These things strengthen the relationship you have with yourself, because every difficult thing completed sends the same message to the brain. I can handle more than comfort told me I could. That message becomes powerful over time, and eventually you stop fearing effort so much. You stop acting like inconvenience is an attack on your happiness. You stop expecting life to constantly entertain you. Instead, you begin becoming someone who can create peace internally, even when circumstances are imperfect. This was one of the hidden strengths of the Spartan spirit. They did not build calm by controlling the world around them. They built calm by reducing dependence on external comfort. That is real freedom, not having every luxury imaginable, but remaining steady even without them. Tonight, while your body rests, let this truth settle into the quieter parts of your mind. Convenience is useful, but dangerous when worshipped. It should serve your life, not control it. Because the moment comfort becomes your highest priority, growth quietly begins disappearing from your life. And the strongest minds are not built by constantly asking life to become easier. They are built by becoming stronger than the ease they once depended on. And once you stop worshipping convenience, the mind slowly becomes ready for a different kind of discipline. A quieter kind, not dramatic, not loud, not built on endless motivation speeches or bursts of temporary inspiration. Just a simple habit that changes the direction of entire days without most people realizing it. Doing one hard thing first, because the beginning of the day matters more than people think. The first decisions you make each morning quietly shape the emotional rhythm of everything that follows. If the day begins with avoidance, distraction, delay, and hesitation, the mind carries that energy forward. But when the day begins with courage, even small courage, something shifts internally. The nervous system starts remembering who is in control. Most people wake up and immediately enter reaction mode. They check notifications, scroll through other people's lives, delay important tasks, search for comfort before purpose. And before they realize it, the mind already feels scattered, overstimulated, and behind. The Spartans approached mornings differently. To them, the morning was not just the start of another day. It was psychological positioning. The first battle happened before the world even fully woke up, and the battle was simple. Would comfort lead the mind, or would intention lead it? This is why doing one hard thing first carries so much hidden power. It interrupts weakness before weakness gains momentum. The hard thing does not need to be enormous. That is where many people misunderstand discipline. They think transformation requires dramatic suffering, but often the greatest changes begin with small acts of immediate courage repeated consistently. Getting out of bed without negotiating, training the body before excuses grow louder, writing before distraction appears, having the difficult conversation instead of postponing it again, working on the important task before comfort steals attention, sitting in silence before noise floods the nervous system. These things seem ordinary from the outside, but internally they send a message stronger than motivation ever could. I do not need ease before action. That message builds mental authority. And mental authority changes how a person experiences life, because the mind quickly learns patterns. If you repeatedly delay difficult things, your brain starts associating discomfort with avoidance. But if you repeatedly face difficult things early, the brain starts learning that discomfort is survivable, temporary, manageable. Fear weakens through exposure. Confidence strengthens through proof. This is why many people secretly feel exhausted before their day even begins. It is not always because life is too hard. Sometimes it is because avoidance creates invisible pressure. Unfinished tasks sit quietly in the background, draining energy. The difficult thing keeps following them mentally all day long. Avoidance rarely creates peace. It usually creates prolonged anxiety. The Spartan mindset understood that facing difficulty early often reduces suffering later. A painful task completed quickly frees the mind. A truth spoken honestly frees the chest. A responsibility handled directly removes hidden tension from the nervous system. Meanwhile, procrastination stretches discomfort across entire days, weeks, sometimes years. People often think they are escaping pain when they delay hard things, but most of the time they are extending it. There is also something deeply important about the timing itself. Doing one hard thing first changes identity before the world has a chance to influence it, before opinions appear, before distractions multiply, before emotional noise grows louder. You prove something to yourself privately. And private victories create stable confidence, not loud confidence that constantly seeks attention. Quiet confidence, the kind that does not need to announce itself because it is rooted in action instead of appearance. This is why many mentally strong people protect their mornings carefully. They understand how fragile attention becomes once the world starts pulling at it. Messages, news, pressure, responsibilities, noise everywhere. If the mind is not anchored early, it easily becomes reactive for the rest of the day. The Spartans valued inner order because they knew external chaos was unavoidable, and one difficult action completed early creates order inside the mind. It creates movement, direction, momentum. Momentum matters more than motivation. Motivation rises and falls like weather. Momentum keeps carrying you forward even when feelings fluctuate. And strangely, after doing one difficult thing, other tasks begin feeling smaller. The mind becomes less dramatic. Resistance weakens. Action feels more natural. This is one of the hidden rewards of early discipline. It teaches the nervous system not to fear effort so intensely. Over time, this rewires how you experience challenge itself. You stop treating discomfort like danger. You stop acting surprised every time life requires effort. You stop waiting for perfect emotional conditions before moving. That shift alone can separate an average life from a powerful one. Because many dreams do not die from lack of talent. They die from daily hesitation. People wait for confidence before acting, but confidence often comes after action, not before it. They wait for the fear to disappear, but fear usually shrinks only once movement begins. They wait to feel ready, while life quietly keeps moving forward without them. The Spartan mind trained action first, not recklessness, not impatience. Action guided by discipline instead of emotion. This created emotional resilience. When you regularly face one difficult thing each day, the mind slowly becomes harder to intimidate. Challenges lose some of their emotional weight. You begin trusting your ability to handle discomfort instead of constantly avoiding it. And this trust spreads into every part of life. Relationships improve because difficult conversations are no longer delayed forever. Health improves because important habits stop depending entirely on mood. Work improves because focus replaces avoidance. Peace improves because unfinished tension stops accumulating in the background. All from one simple principle practiced consistently: face the hard thing first, not later, not eventually, first. There is also humility in this practice, because every morning reminds you that discipline is never fully finished. The mind always tries returning to comfort. Even strong people feel resistance. Even disciplined people feel temptation. The goal is not becoming emotionless. The goal is learning not to obey every passing feeling. And each morning becomes another opportunity to practice that skill quietly. The Spartans respected repetition because repetition builds identity. A single hard morning changes little, but hundreds of mornings shape character permanently. This is how powerful people are built slowly. One difficult decision at a time. One disciplined morning at a time. One private victory at a time. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into the mind. Your life does not always change through giant moments. Sometimes it changes through one difficult action, completed before fear, distraction, and comfort have time to negotiate with you. Because the quiet power of doing one hard thing first is not really about the task itself. It is about reminding the mind, every single day, who is leading who. And once the mind learns how to face difficult things directly, another transformation begins taking shape beneath the surface. Because strength is not only measured by what you can endure alone in silence. Real strength also reveals itself in moments of pressure, in arguments, in uncertainty, in setbacks, in chaos, in the unexpected moments where emotions rise quickly and most people lose control without realizing it. This is where the Spartan mindset becomes deeply different from the modern emotional world. Because most people today mistake intensity for strength. They think being louder means being stronger. They think reacting quickly means confidence. They think emotional explosions prove passion, power, or honesty. But often, loudness under pressure is simply loss of control, wearing the mask of strength. The Spartans respected something far more dangerous: calmness. Not passive weakness, not emotional numbness. Calmness with awareness, calmness with control, calmness that remains steady while everything around it becomes unstable. Because a calm mind sees clearly under pressure, while an emotional mind becomes blinded by reaction. This is why panic destroys judgment so quickly. The moment stress rises, many people stop thinking properly. The body tightens, the breath shortens, the emotions rush forward, and suddenly Words are spoken that cannot be taken back. Decisions are made from fear instead of wisdom. Small problems become enormous because the nervous system no longer feels safe. Pressure exposes the level of training inside the mind. And most people never trained themselves to stay calm under stress. They only trained themselves to react. The Spartan mindset understood that emotional control was not weakness, it was survival. In battle, panic spreads quickly. One fearful reaction can infect an entire group. One person losing control can create disaster for everyone else. So Spartans trained themselves to remain steady even when fear was present. That is important to understand. Calmness does not mean the absence of fear. It means fear is no longer driving the body. A calm person still feels pressure. Their heart still races sometimes. Their emotions still move. But they learned how to pause before reacting. That pause changes everything. Because most damage in life happens in emotional seconds. A single angry message, a reckless decision, a moment of uncontrolled pride, a burst of panic, a harsh sentence spoken in stress. These small moments can create consequences that last for years. And yet many people never learn the power of emotional restraint because modern culture rewards reaction. Outrage spreads faster than wisdom. Loud people get attention. Emotional explosions become entertainment. Calmness is often mistaken for weakness simply because it does not perform itself loudly. But internally, calmness is one of the highest forms of power. A person who stays calm under pressure can think while others collapse emotionally. They can observe while others react blindly. They can make cleaner decisions because their nervous system is not fully hijacked by fear or anger. This is why calm people often appear wiser, not because they know everything, but because silence gives them space to think before acting. The Spartans trained this through discomfort repeatedly, exhaustion, pain, stress, uncertainty. They exposed the mind to pressure intentionally so emotional chaos would lose some of its control over them. They knew that calmness cannot be developed only during peaceful moments. It must be practiced during difficult ones, and life naturally provides opportunities for this training constantly. Traffic, conflict, disappointment, delay, criticism, financial pressure, unexpected change. These moments seem ordinary, but they reveal emotional habits clearly. Some people become instantly reactive. Some shut down completely. Some attack others to protect their ego. Some spiral mentally for hours. But a trained mind learns to slow itself down before stress fully takes over. One breath, one pause, one moment of awareness. That small gap can prevent enormous damage, because pressure itself is not always the problem. Often the uncontrolled reaction to pressure creates the deeper suffering. There is also another hidden truth about loudness under stress. Many times it comes from inner insecurity. People raise their voice because they feel powerless internally. They become aggressive because fear is controlling them beneath the surface. They try dominating situations emotionally because they secretly feel unstable inside. True confidence behaves differently. It does not need to scream to feel strong. It does not need to win every argument. It does not need emotional chaos to prove authority. A calm person often carries more influence than the loudest person in the room because steadiness creates trust. Others feel safer around emotional stability. Calmness lowers tension instead of multiplying it. This matters deeply in relationships too. Many relationships are not destroyed by one giant catastrophe. They slowly break under repeated emotional reactions, constant defensiveness, constant anger, constant overreaction, constant emotional unpredictability. People begin walking on eggshells around those who cannot regulate themselves under stress. But calmness creates emotional safety. It allows conversations to remain honest without becoming destructive. It allows disagreement without cruelty. It allows pressure without emotional collapse. And perhaps most importantly, calmness protects your own mind from unnecessary suffering, because emotional explosions do not only hurt other people, they exhaust the nervous system itself. The body was never designed to live in constant internal warfare. Chronic stress slowly drains energy, clarity, sleep, patience, and physical health. The Spartan mindset teaches you to conserve energy instead of wasting it emotionally on everything that provokes you. Not every insult deserves reaction. Not every opinion deserves defense. Not every frustration deserves anger. Not every stressful moment deserves panic. This understanding creates emotional maturity, and emotional maturity is becoming rare. Today, many people are highly stimulated but emotionally untrained. They feel everything intensely but understand very little about managing those feelings wisely. The result is exhaustion, constant mental noise, constant emotional turbulence. But the calm mind becomes quieter inside. Not empty, not emotionless, just less controlled by every passing storm. This calmness also sharpens perception. When emotions stop screaming constantly, you begin noticing more clearly. You see manipulation faster. You recognize patterns sooner. You sense what truly matters and what does not. Emotional noise stops distorting reality so heavily. This is why calm people often make better long-term decisions. They are not thinking only from the emotion of the moment. They are thinking from stability. And stability creates power. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your nervous system. Pressure does not have to turn you into chaos. Stress does not have to steal your clarity. Difficulty does not have to own your reactions. You can become someone who remains steady while others panic, someone who breathes before reacting, someone who thinks before speaking, someone who carries calmness into rooms filled with tension. Because the Spartan spirit was never about becoming the loudest person in the battle. It was about becoming the calmest mind inside the storm. And after learning how to remain calm under pressure, the mind begins craving something deeper than control. It begins craving quiet. Not just silence around you, but silence within you. Because one of the greatest forms of exhaustion in modern life is not physical labor. It is mental overcrowding. Too much noise, too much stimulation, too many opinions, too many distractions pulling the mind in 100 directions every single day. This is why the Spartan path respected simplicity so deeply, not because simple living looked impressive, but because complexity was often stealing people's peace without them realizing it. Today, many people live surrounded by convenience, entertainment, and endless connection, yet internally they feel scattered, restless, and emotionally tired all the time. The nervous system never truly rests. Notifications interrupt attention. Information floods the brain constantly. Every quiet moment gets filled with scrolling, comparing, reacting, consuming. And slowly, the mind forgets how to simply exist. People wake up reaching for noise before they even fully wake up themselves. The Spartans would have seen this as dangerous, because a distracted mind becomes easy to control, easy to manipulate, easy to exhaust. When the attention is constantly pulled outward, a person slowly loses connection with their own inner world. They stop reflecting, stop observing themselves honestly, stop hearing the quieter truths hidden underneath all the stimulation. Simple living restores that connection, not by forcing isolation from the world, but by removing what is unnecessary. That word matters deeply, unnecessary. The Spartan mindset was never about deprivation for the sake of suffering. It was about clarity, keeping only what strengthened the mind, body, and spirit, while removing what created weakness, confusion, dependency, or noise. And noise today appears in many forms, not just sound. Mental noise, emotional noise, digital noise, social noise. People carrying hundreds of thoughts that do not even belong to them, constantly absorbing opinions, trends, fears, outrage, comparisons, and distractions from strangers they will never meet. The mind becomes crowded with information, but starved of peace. This is why many people feel anxious even during quiet moments. Silence begins feeling unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable. The brain becomes addicted to stimulation because stimulation temporarily distracts from deeper emotions underneath. But the Spartan spirit teaches something powerful. A quiet mind sees life more clearly. When you simplify your surroundings, your thoughts become easier to hear. When you reduce unnecessary distraction, your energy returns. When you stop chasing every new thing, your attention deepens. And attention is one of the most valuable forms of power a human being possesses. Where your attention goes, your life follows. This is why simple living is not weakness. It is discipline. It takes discipline to stop consuming endlessly. Discipline to protect your peace instead of feeding every distraction. Discipline to live below your ego's cravings. Discipline to choose depth over constant stimulation. The noisy world rewards excess. More entertainment, more speed, more possessions, more attention, more urgency, more comparison. But excess often creates emotional heaviness. The mind becomes overloaded trying to carry too much at once. Too many commitments, too many distractions, too many desires, too many meaningless obligations. And eventually, people feel emotionally suffocated by lives they built themselves. Simple living creates space again. Space to think clearly. Space to breathe deeply. Space to notice beauty again. Space to hear your own thoughts instead of everyone else's. This is one reason why many people feel unexpectedly calm in nature. A quiet forest, rain falling softly, wind moving through trees. The nervous system relaxes because nature does not overload the mind. It does not scream for attention every second. It moves slowly, steadily, without performance. The Spartan mindset carried this same energy internally. A disciplined simplicity, a life built around essentials instead of endless excess. And strangely, the simpler life becomes, the richer small things begin to feel. A peaceful meal tastes better. A real conversation feels deeper. Sleep feels more restorative. Silence feels healing. Gratitude becomes easier. The overstimulated mind struggles to appreciate ordinary beauty because it constantly needs stronger stimulation to feel satisfied. But the disciplined mind regains sensitivity to simple joys. This is real wealth, not endless consumption, but the ability to fully experience ordinary moments without needing constant intensity. There is also courage hidden inside simple living. Because many people secretly use noise to avoid themselves. Endless busyness becomes emotional escape. Constant stimulation becomes avoidance. The moment silence appears, buried thoughts begin rising. Regrets, fears, loneliness, uncertainty. So people fill every empty space quickly. But the Spartan spirit does not run from inner silence. It enters it willingly, because self-awareness grows in quiet places. Wisdom grows in quiet places. Clarity grows in quiet places. You begin noticing your real priorities when distraction fades. You realize how much energy was being wasted trying to impress people who were never deeply thinking about you anyway. You realize how many possessions brought stress instead of peace. How many obligations drained the spirit instead of nourishing it. And slowly, life becomes lighter. not because problems disappear, but because unnecessary weight stops controlling you. Simple living also strengthens independence. A person who needs less becomes harder to shake emotionally. They are not constantly desperate for approval, entertainment, luxury, or external validation. Their peace depends less on perfect circumstances and more on inner stability. That stability creates resilience. Because life naturally changes, wealth can disappear, trends fade, social attention fades, external comfort shifts constantly, but a person trained in simplicity carries calmness into changing seasons more easily because they already learned how little they truly need to remain grounded. This is freedom many people never experience. Not freedom through endless consumption, freedom through reduced dependence. The Spartans understood this deeply. A simple life sharpens the mind. It protects focus. It builds gratitude. It reduces emotional clutter. It trains the spirit to remain strong without constant external stimulation. And perhaps most importantly, it creates room for what truly matters: health, character, meaningful relationships, purpose, inner peace, presence. These things rarely grow in overcrowded minds. They grow where there is space. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle softly into the quieter corners of your mind. You do not need to fill every silence. You do not need to chase every distraction. You do not need a louder life to create a meaningful one. Sometimes the strongest life is the simplest one, the life with fewer unnecessary burdens, fewer mental chains, fewer distractions stealing your attention from what actually matters. Because in a noisy world, simplicity itself becomes a form of power. And the disciplined soul learns how to protect that power carefully. And once the mind begins embracing simplicity, another quiet realization appears beneath the surface. Rest is not the same thing as weakness. Slowing down is not failure. And sleep itself is not just an escape from life. In many ways, rest can become part of training, part of healing, part of rebuilding the inner strength that constant pressure slowly drains away. Because many people today are physically exhausted but mentally restless at the same time. Their bodies lie down, but their thoughts keep running. The eyes close, but the nervous system stays alert. The room becomes quiet, yet the mind keeps replaying conversations, fears, mistakes, unfinished tasks, worries about tomorrow, regrets from yesterday. Even during rest, the inner world refuses to stop fighting itself. And over time, this creates a dangerous kind of fatigue. Not just tired muscles, a tired spirit. The Spartans understood something modern culture often forgets. Strength without recovery eventually becomes self-destruction. Even the strongest warriors needed stillness, needed sleep, needed moments where the body repaired itself and the mind returned to clarity. But they also understood another truth. The body may rest while the will continues growing. Not through force, not through pressure, but through what the mind repeatedly absorbs before sleep. Because the final thoughts you feed your mind at night quietly shape the emotional direction of your nervous system. If every night ends with fear, chaos, overstimulation, negativity, or endless distraction, the subconscious carries that tension into rest itself. Sleep becomes shallow. Recovery weakens. The mind wakes still carrying yesterday's emotional weight. But when the mind enters rest with intention, something powerful begins happening quietly beneath awareness. The nervous system softens, the breath deepens, mental resistance lowers, and deeper ideas begin settling into the subconscious more naturally. This is why the Spartan mindset valued nighttime reflection so deeply. Many Stoics and warriors would examine their thoughts before sleep, not to punish themselves, but to train awareness. They believed the mind should not enter sleep in complete emotional chaos. Reflection created order before rest, and order creates peace. Most people spend the entire day reacting to life without ever slowing down enough to understand what they are carrying internally. Stress piles up silently. Emotional tension builds quietly. The body absorbs anxiety the mind never fully processes. Then nighttime arrives, and suddenly all the ignored thoughts grow louder. This is why so many people struggle to truly rest. The body is tired, but the mind is overstimulated. It never learned how to release tension properly. The Spartan path teaches something gentler than most people expect. You do not need to fight every thought. You do not need to force the mind into silence. You simply need to stop feeding the chaos constantly. A calm nervous system is trained gradually, through repetition, through breathing, through reflection, through reducing unnecessary stimulation, through learning how to observe thoughts without immediately drowning inside them. This changes sleep itself. Rest stops becoming unconscious collapse and becomes recovery, healing, recentering, and strangely, some of the strongest mental growth happens during these quieter states. When the body finally becomes still, deeper truths begin surfacing. The constant performance fades, the pressure softens, the mind becomes more honest. This is why nighttime often reveals emotions hidden during busy hours. Sadness appears, loneliness appears, fear appears. But wisdom can appear too if you stop running from yourself long enough to listen carefully. The Spartan mindset does not fear this inner silence. It uses it. Because the quiet moments before sleep reveal the condition of the soul more honestly than the noisy hours of the day. And this is where the will grows stronger, not through emotional violence against yourself, but through calm inner direction repeated consistently. The will strengthens every time you choose peace over chaos, every time you breathe instead of spiraling, every time you return your attention gently instead of feeding panic, every time you release what cannot be controlled tonight. This matters deeply because chronic mental stress weakens people slowly. The body carries tension the mind refuses to release. Muscles tighten, sleep quality drops, focus weakens, emotions become unstable. Even small problems begin feeling overwhelming because the nervous system never fully recovers. A tired nervous system sees life through darker lenses. This is why rest itself becomes discipline. Protecting your sleep, protecting your peace before bed, protecting the emotional atmosphere you allow into your mind at night. These things shape your inner world more than most people realize. The modern world encourages constant stimulation before sleep. Endless videos, endless scrolling, endless information, endless emotional noise. The brain receives thousands of signals right before rest. Then people wonder why peace feels distant. But the Spartan spirit understands something timeless. What enters the mind repeatedly becomes part of the mind eventually. So the question becomes important. What are you feeding your inner world before sleep? Fear, comparison, noise, anger, or reflection, calmness, wisdom, stillness. Because the subconscious continues working quietly even while the body rests. And over time, the thoughts repeated consistently begin shaping identity itself. This is why calm nighttime practices matter so much. Slow breathing, reflection, gratitude, silence, gentle awareness, releasing unnecessary tension from the body. These things train the nervous system to stop living in permanent survival mode. And slowly rest becomes deeper. The body begins repairing itself more fully. The mind becomes clearer. Emotional resilience improves. Patience improves. Focus improves. Not because life became easier, but because recovery became intentional. The Spartans understood that exhausted minds make weak decisions. A constantly overstimulated person struggles to remain disciplined because fatigue lowers emotional control. But a rested mind handles pressure differently. It sees more clearly, reacts less impulsively, endures more steadily. This is why true rest is not laziness. True rest prepares you for life. Even nature itself follows this rhythm. Day and night. Effort and recovery. Tension and release. Nothing remains in constant force forever without eventually breaking. Human beings are no different. The strongest minds know when to push and when to recover wisely. And perhaps the deepest lesson here is this. You do not need to spend every night fighting yourself. You do not need to carry every fear into tomorrow. Some thoughts can be released. Some pressure can soften. Some burdens do not need to stay clenched inside your chest forever. Tonight, while your body rests, let your will grow quietly in a different way. Not through struggle, through stillness, through discipline gentle enough to calm the nervous system instead of constantly punishing it. Because a strong mind is not only built through effort, it is also built through learning how to rest without losing your inner direction. And when the body finally learns how to rest without the mind collapsing into chaos, another kind of strength begins quietly appearing. A strength that has very little to do with muscles, status, or outward appearance. It appears in the way a person carries difficulty, in the way they respond to inconvenience, in the energy they bring into a room when life becomes frustrating, because hardship reveals character very quickly. And one of the fastest ways to see the condition of a mind is to listen to what it repeatedly complains about. The Spartan mindset treated complaining carefully because they understood something most people never notice. Every repeated complaint strengthens helplessness inside the mind. The more a person rehearses their suffering without taking action, the more powerless they begin feeling emotionally. This does not mean pretending pain is not real. Pain is real. Stress is real. Disappointment is real. Loss is real. The Spartan rule was not never feel frustration. It was something deeper. Never complain twice about something you are unwilling to change, endure, or release. That rule changes the way you experience life completely. Because many people unknowingly build emotional prisons through repetition. They replay the same frustrations every day, the same complaints about work, the same complaints about people, the same complaints about life, the same resentment, the same bitterness, and eventually the mind becomes emotionally trapped inside cycles it keeps feeding. Complaining can become addictive, not because people enjoy suffering, but because repeated complaining creates temporary emotional release. It feels good for a moment to vent frustration, to blame, to unload tension. But if nothing changes afterward, the brain simply learns the pattern of helplessness more deeply. The Spartans feared helplessness more than hardship itself, because hardship can strengthen a person, but helplessness weakens the spirit slowly from within. This is why they trained themselves to respond differently when discomfort appeared. Instead of immediately feeding emotional resistance, they asked quieter questions. Can this be changed? Can this be endured? Can this be released? Those three questions created emotional clarity, because once you remove endless complaining, the mind becomes more action-oriented. Energy stops leaking constantly through emotional repetition. You either take responsibility, practice acceptance, or move forward. This creates peace, not perfect circumstances, but cleaner inner energy. Many people today carry enormous emotional exhaustion, not only because life is hard, but because the mind constantly reopens the same wounds through repeated mental complaining. A frustrating conversation ends, but internally the argument continues for hours. A difficult situation appears, And the mind repeats the suffering again and again, long after the moment itself has passed. The body leaves the situation. The mind keeps reliving it. And this constant internal resistance drains emotional strength. The Spartan mindset teaches something difficult but freeing. Suffering grows heavier when the mind keeps feeding it unnecessarily. There is pain in life that cannot be avoided, but mental resistance often multiplies it. A rainy day becomes emotional misery. A mistake becomes self-hatred. A delay becomes rage. A difficult season becomes identity. This is why emotional discipline matters so deeply. Not because emotions are bad, but because undisciplined emotions can quietly control the quality of your entire life. And complaining has another hidden danger too. It slowly trains the mind to focus more on what is wrong than what is still possible. Attention becomes trapped inside problems without movement towards solutions. Gratitude weakens. Perspective shrinks. The nervous system begins expecting negativity automatically. Eventually, some people become unable to experience peace because the mind constantly searches for the next thing to resent. This is emotional conditioning, and it spreads quickly. One complaint becomes 10. 10 become a worldview. Soon the person no longer notices beauty, opportunity, progress, or kindness because frustration dominates attention. The Spartans understood that attention is precious. What you repeatedly focus on shapes your emotional reality. If the mind constantly rehearses weakness, unfairness, and resentment, the spirit slowly becomes heavier. But this does not mean suppressing emotions or pretending everything is fine. That is not strength either. Real emotional discipline means acknowledging reality honestly without becoming consumed by it. A calm person can admit difficulty without drowning in bitterness. They can say, "This hurts," without turning pain into permanent identity. They can face hardship directly without needing endless emotional performance around it. This creates emotional resilience, and resilience creates freedom. Because a person who constantly complains becomes emotionally controlled by external conditions. Their peace depends entirely on circumstances behaving perfectly, but life rarely behaves perfectly for long. Problems come and go constantly. The Spartan spirit learned to remain steady anyway. There is also dignity in quiet endurance, not silent suffering that refuses help, not emotional isolation, but the ability to carry difficulty without making negativity your entire personality. Some people unconsciously build identity around struggle. Every conversation returns to pain, stress, unfairness, disappointment, and over time, suffering becomes emotionally familiar. The mind starts living inside it permanently. The Spartan mindset refuses this trap. It says, acknowledge pain honestly, then decide. Will you act? Will you endure? Or will you release it? But do not keep feeding it endlessly without movement, because repeated complaining without action slowly weakens courage. This lesson becomes especially powerful in relationships. Constant complaining drains emotional energy from everyone nearby. People begin feeling exhausted around chronic negativity because the nervous system absorbs emotional atmosphere deeply. One person's repeated bitterness can quietly darken entire homes, friendships, and conversations. Meanwhile, calm resilience creates emotional safety. People feel steadier around those who handle hardship with maturity instead of constant emotional chaos. This does not mean becoming cold or emotionally distant. The Spartan path is not emotional numbness. It is emotional responsibility, learning not to spread unnecessary suffering into every room you enter. And perhaps most importantly, reducing complaint creates space for gratitude again. Not forced positivity, real perspective. the ability to notice what still remains good even during difficult seasons. A warm meal, a peaceful breath, a loyal friend, a healthy body, a quiet morning, a second chance. These things become visible again when the mind stops obsessively rehearsing frustration. The Spartans knew that gratitude strengthens endurance. A grateful mind suffers differently because it still sees value inside life even during hard moments. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle gently into your inner world. You do not need to rehearse every frustration endlessly. You do not need to carry bitterness into every new day. Some problems require action, some require patience, some require release. But constant complaint without movement only deepens suffering. Because the strongest minds are not the ones who never face difficulty. They are the ones who refuse to let difficulty turn their spirit permanently bitter. And once the mind stops feeding itself endless complaint, something important begins becoming visible. Much of human suffering is not caused by pain itself, but by the inability to wait, the inability to tolerate emptiness, the inability to sit with desire without immediately obeying it. This is where the Spartan mindset becomes deeply powerful, because Spartans trained themselves not only to endure hardship, but to endure wanting. Wanting food, wanting comfort, wanting pleasure, wanting recognition, wanting relief. They understood that a person ruled entirely by desire becomes emotionally fragile. The moment the mind cannot have what it wants, frustration takes control, patience disappears, impulse grows louder, and slowly desire begins controlling behavior more than wisdom does. Modern life intensifies this problem constantly. Almost everything is immediate now. Food arrives instantly. Entertainment appears instantly. Attention arrives instantly. Pleasure arrives instantly. People no longer need to wait long for most things. And because of this, the nervous system loses tolerance for delay. This creates restless minds. A person feels slightly uncomfortable and immediately reaches for distraction, slightly lonely and immediately reaches for stimulation, slightly stressed and immediately seeks escape. The mind becomes conditioned to avoid emptiness at all costs. But the Spartan spirit learned something different. The ability to sit calmly with desire creates enormous inner freedom. Because desire itself is not the enemy, the lack of control over desire is. This is why mastering hunger mattered so much in Spartan training. Hunger was not only physical, it was psychological training. Learning that discomfort does not automatically require immediate satisfaction. Learning that urges rise and fall naturally if you stop obeying them instantly. This applies far beyond food. Emotional hunger exists everywhere. Hunger for approval, hunger for validation, hunger for attention, hunger for status, hunger for emotional escape. Many people spend their entire lives obeying these invisible hungers without realizing it. They overwork to feel worthy, overconsume to feel important, overreact to feel seen, overindulge to avoid inner emptiness. But temporary satisfaction rarely creates lasting peace. The relief comes quickly, then disappears just as quickly, and soon the craving returns again. This cycle exhausts the spirit. The Spartan mindset interrupts the cycle by practicing restraint, not harsh self-punishment, not emotional repression. Restraint, the ability to pause between desire and action. That pause is powerful because inside that small space, freedom begins growing. Most people think freedom means doing whatever they want, whenever they want. But that kind of freedom often creates addiction, weakness, and emotional instability. Real freedom is being able to feel desire without becoming its servant. A person who cannot control impulses becomes controlled by them eventually. This is why the Spartans respected self-control more than pleasure. Pleasure itself was not evil, but dependence on pleasure weakened discipline, and dependence creates fear, fear of discomfort, fear of loss, fear of emptiness. But a person who learns how to endure temporary lack becomes emotionally stronger. They stop panicking when life becomes uncomfortable. They stop collapsing every time satisfaction is delayed. They stop feeling controlled by every craving that enters the mind. And strangely, this makes enjoyment deeper too. When you stop constantly overfeeding desire, ordinary pleasures regain richness. Food tastes better when you are truly hungry. Rest feels better when it is earned. Silence feels better after noise. Human connection feels deeper when not drowned in endless distraction. The overstimulated mind loses sensitivity to simple joy because it constantly seeks stronger stimulation, but restraint restores appreciation. This is one reason disciplined people often seem calmer internally. They are no longer trapped in endless emotional chasing. They learned how to sit with longing without immediately trying to kill it. This skill becomes especially important during difficult seasons of life, because not every desire can be satisfied immediately. Some goals take years, some healing takes time, some answers arrive slowly, some relationships require patience, some seasons of loneliness cannot be escaped overnight. Without emotional endurance, people often sabotage themselves during these waiting periods. They become desperate, impulsive, emotionally reactive. They chase temporary comfort because the discomfort of waiting feels unbearable. But the Spartan spirit learns patience through controlled discomfort. Waiting becomes training. Delay becomes training. Even silence becomes training. This creates emotional maturity. A mature mind understands that not every feeling requires immediate action. A craving can simply be observed. An urge can pass naturally. A difficult emotion does not always need instant relief. This understanding weakens impulsiveness, and impulsiveness destroys many lives quietly, not usually through one giant disaster, but through repeated small decisions made without awareness. One emotional purchase, one angry reaction, one unhealthy habit repeated again, one moment of weakness obeyed automatically. Over years, these moments shape identity. The Spartan mindset trains awareness before action. It asks, is this desire leading me toward strength or away from it? That question alone can change behavior dramatically, because some desires nourish life, others slowly consume it. Wisdom is learning the difference. There is also humility in learning to wait. Modern culture glorifies instant achievement, instant recognition, instant success. But nature itself moves slowly. Trees grow slowly. Healing happens slowly. Strong relationships develop slowly. Deep mastery takes years. The Spartan spirit respects process instead of constantly demanding immediate reward. This creates stability, because a person who can tolerate delay remains calmer during uncertainty. They stop expecting life to satisfy every desire instantly, and because expectations become more realistic, suffering decreases. The nervous system softens, patience deepens, gratitude grows, and perhaps most importantly, self-respect increases. Because every time you resist an impulse wisely, the mind learns something important. I am capable of leading myself. That lesson strengthens the will quietly over time, not loudly, not dramatically, just steadily, and steady strength is often the strongest kind. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. Not every hunger needs feeding immediately. Not every desire deserves obedience. Not every uncomfortable feeling requires instant escape. You are stronger than the impulses passing through you. You are stronger than temporary craving. You are stronger than the restless voice demanding constant satisfaction. Because the Spartan spirit is not built by having everything it wants. It is built by remaining steady, even when wanting remains unfinished. And once you begin mastering desire instead of constantly obeying it, another strange truth slowly reveals itself. Freedom is not always created by having more options. Sometimes too many options quietly weaken the mind. Too many choices, too many directions, too many distractions competing for attention every hour of the day. And slowly, the mind becomes exhausted from endless deciding. Modern life praises unlimited choice as the highest form of freedom. Endless entertainment, endless products, endless opinions, endless paths to take. At first, this sounds beautiful, but many people secretly feel overwhelmed by the very freedom they thought would make them happy, because every choice carries mental weight. What to buy, what to watch, what to eat, what to believe, who to become, what life to chase. The nervous system keeps processing possibilities constantly until the mind becomes crowded with indecision. This is why so many people today feel mentally tired even when they have done very little physically. Their attention is being pulled apart by endless options all day long. The Spartan mindset approached life differently. Spartans simplified decisions on purpose because they understood that a focused mind becomes stronger when energy is not constantly wasted on unnecessary choice. Simple clothing, simple routines, simple food, clear priorities. This was not because they lacked intelligence or imagination. It was because clarity creates power. A distracted mind struggles to move with force. A focused mind moves cleanly, and fewer choices often create deeper commitment. Today, many people stay emotionally restless because they always believe something better might exist somewhere else. A better opportunity, a better relationship, a better path, a better version of life constantly waiting around the corner. So they never fully commit to the present moment. The mind stays divided. This creates quiet dissatisfaction. Even good things stop feeling enough because endless alternatives remain visible everywhere. The Spartan spirit teaches the opposite. Choose carefully, then stand firmly. Because constantly searching for endless options weakens peace. There is also another hidden danger in too much choice. It increases emotional avoidance. When life becomes difficult, modern people can escape instantly into something else. Another video, another distraction, another purchase, another temporary pleasure. Instead of facing discomfort directly, the mind keeps switching attention endlessly. But switching attention is not the same as solving inner conflict. In fact, too many choices often prevent depth from developing at all. A person constantly changing direction rarely experiences mastery. Constantly chasing new stimulation weakens discipline. Constantly comparing possibilities weakens gratitude. This is why the Spartan mindset valued limitation. Limitation sharpens attention. It forces creativity. It teaches appreciation. It removes unnecessary mental clutter so the mind can focus fully on what truly matters. Even psychologically, this is powerful. Studies repeatedly show that people often become more anxious and less satisfied when overwhelmed by too many options. The mind starts fearing wrong decisions constantly. Regret increases. Doubt increases. Overthinking increases. Meanwhile, simplicity creates calmness. A smaller number of meaningful priorities gives the mind room to breathe. This applies to almost every area of life. Too many goals create scattered energy. Too many possessions create hidden stress. Too many social obligations create emotional exhaustion. Too many distractions weaken concentration. The Spartan path asks a difficult but freeing question. What can be removed so your attention becomes stronger again? Because attention is life itself. What you consistently give your attention to shapes your thoughts, emotions, habits, identity, and future. And if your attention is constantly divided, your energy becomes weak no matter how talented you are. The strongest minds protect focus carefully. This is why many disciplined people create routines, not because they are boring, but because routines reduce unnecessary decision fatigue. The mind saves energy for meaningful challenges instead of wasting it constantly on small choices. The Spartans understood this instinctively. When the essentials become simple, the deeper parts of life become clearer. Purpose sharpens, discipline strengthens, mental noise decreases, and strangely, fewer choices can actually create deeper freedom emotionally, because commitment becomes easier, presence becomes easier, peace becomes easier. A person with fewer distractions often experiences life more fully than someone constantly overloaded with stimulation and options. They notice small details, they stay more grounded in conversations, they appreciate ordinary moments more deeply because the mind is not endlessly jumping between possibilities. There is peace in enough. But the modern mind often fears enough. It fears missing out, falling behind, choosing wrongly, so it keeps searching endlessly, hoping the next option will finally create certainty. Yet certainty rarely comes from endless searching. It often comes from disciplined commitment. The Spartan spirit understands this deeply. A focused life may look smaller from the outside, but internally it often feels far richer, more stable, more intentional, more alive. And this does not mean becoming rigid or closed-minded. Life still changes, growth still matters, exploration still matters. But there is wisdom in reducing unnecessary excess, so the mind stops drowning in constant decision-making, because too many choices can quietly weaken courage too. A person overwhelmed by endless possibilities often delays action completely. They overthink, hesitate, analyze endlessly. Meanwhile, life keeps moving. But when the path becomes simpler, action becomes clearer. This is why many powerful people simplify their environments intentionally. Fewer distractions, fewer meaningless obligations, fewer emotional drains. They understand that protecting mental clarity is not selfish, it is necessary. The noisy world constantly competes for your attention because attention has become one of the most valuable resources in existence. Companies fight for it. Social media fights for it. Advertisements fight for it. Trends fight for it. Everyone wants access to your mind. The Spartan mindset teaches you to reclaim it, to choose carefully what enters your inner world, to stop living in permanent reaction mode, to stop allowing endless options to fragment your spirit. And perhaps most importantly, having fewer choices teaches trust. Trust in your path, trust in your values, trust in your ability to move forward without constantly needing every possible option available at once. Because endless options do not always create peace. Sometimes they create paralysis. But simplicity creates movement, direction, clarity. Tonight, while your body rests, let this truth settle gently into your mind. You do not need to chase every possibility to live a meaningful life. You do not need endless options to become powerful. Sometimes the strongest life is built by removing what weakens focus and committing fully to what truly matters. Because the Spartan spirit was never scattered. It became powerful precisely because it learned how to concentrate its energy instead of endlessly dividing it. And once the mind becomes less scattered by endless choices, another battle begins revealing itself more clearly. not the battle of starting. Most people are actually very good at starting. They start goals, start habits, start plans, start routines, start dreams. The real struggle appears later when excitement fades and consistency becomes required, because beginnings are emotional. But finishing is character. The modern world is filled with unfinished things, unfinished goals, unfinished conversations, unfinished healing, unfinished discipline. People live surrounded by abandoned versions of themselves. Old ambitions left behind the moment difficulty appeared. Promises made during emotional highs, then forgotten during ordinary days. And slowly, this creates something dangerous inside the mind. Self-doubt. Not because people lack ability, but because the brain remembers every unfinished promise. The Spartans understood that finishing matters deeply because completion builds internal trust. Every time you finish something difficult, the mind learns a powerful lesson. I can rely on myself. But every time you constantly quit when things become uncomfortable, another lesson forms quietly too. My emotions control my consistency. That second lesson weakens people slowly. This is why training the mind to finish what it starts becomes life-changing. It is not only about productivity, it is about identity, about becoming someone who remains steady after motivation disappears. Because motivation always fades eventually. That is normal. Excitement fades, novelty fades, energy changes, emotion changes. The Spartan mindset never depended entirely on temporary emotion because emotions move like weather. Some mornings feel strong, some feel heavy, some feel uncertain. If consistency depends only on feeling inspired, discipline collapses every time discomfort arrives. This is where most people stop, not at the beginning. In the middle. The middle is where dreams become real or disappear forever. The middle feels repetitive, slow, unrewarded, lonely sometimes. No applause, no dramatic transformation yet. Just daily effort repeated quietly. And many people secretly hate this stage because the ego wants quick proof that effort is working. But the Spartan spirit respected repetition deeply. They understood that mastery is built through ordinary consistency, far more than dramatic moments. A sword is forged through repeated heat and pressure. Character develops the same way. One disciplined action repeated long enough becomes identity. This is why finishing small things matters more than people realize. Finishing the workout, finishing the task, finishing the difficult conversation, finishing the responsibility you promised yourself you would handle. These moments strengthen mental endurance. Because endurance is not built by talking about hard things, it is built by continuing through them. There is also something deeply psychological about unfinished goals. Every unfinished commitment quietly drains mental energy in the background. The brain keeps remembering what was abandoned. Guilt accumulates slowly. Avoidance grows heavier. Eventually, even starting new things becomes emotionally difficult because part of the mind no longer trusts follow-through. This creates internal conflict. A person wants change, but secretly doubts themselves. Wants discipline, but fears inconsistency. Wants growth, but remembers past quitting. The Spartan mindset repairs this slowly through evidence, not positive thinking. Evidence. Small completed actions repeated consistently, because confidence grows from proof, not fantasy, and proof comes through finishing. This is why disciplined people often appear calmer internally. They are not constantly carrying the emotional burden of abandoned promises. Their actions and intentions stay aligned more often. That alignment creates inner stability. Meanwhile, unfinished living creates emotional noise. Constant procrastination, constant delay, constant restarting. The mind becomes exhausted from carrying the weight of things it keeps avoiding. But finishing creates closure, movement, relief, self-respect. The Spartans also understood that finishing requires learning how to tolerate boredom. This is one of the most overlooked forms of discipline in modern life. Many people are not defeated by difficulty itself. They are defeated by repetition. The brain constantly craves novelty now, constant stimulation, constant emotional reward. But meaningful growth often happens slowly and invisibly for long periods. Training, healing, learning, building trust, strengthening the body, strengthening the mind. These things require repetition long before visible results appear. The impatient mind struggles here. It wants immediate transformation, immediate recognition, immediate reward. But the Spartan spirit learns to continue even when visible progress feels slow. This creates resilience, because life itself contains long seasons where progress feels invisible. A person who can continue during those seasons becomes incredibly difficult to break mentally. There is another hidden reason people fail to finish things too: fear of discomfort during imperfection. Many people begin strongly, then quit the moment they struggle because struggle damages their self-image. They want growth to feel smooth. But real growth often feels clumsy before it becomes strong. The Spartan mindset accepts this naturally. It understands that struggle is part of mastery, not evidence against it. A person learning discipline will fail sometimes. A person building consistency will have difficult days. A person healing emotionally will sometimes feel setbacks. This does not mean the path is broken. It means the process is real, and this understanding changes everything because it removes emotional drama from temporary difficulty. Instead of quitting immediately, the disciplined mind returns calmly to the work, again and again and again. That repetition builds mental toughness quietly over time. Not loud toughness, not performative toughness. Steady toughness, the kind that keeps moving without needing constant validation. The Spartans trained this through routine, daily responsibility, physical repetition, repeated endurance. They were teaching the nervous system something deeper than skill: stability, the ability to continue even when comfort disappears. This stability becomes powerful in every part of life. Relationships improve because difficult conversations are no longer avoided forever. Health improves because habits survive emotional fluctuations. Work improves because focus continues after excitement fades. Purpose deepens because commitment outlasts mood. And perhaps most importantly, the relationship with yourself changes. You stop seeing yourself as someone who constantly starts over. You begin seeing yourself as someone capable of carrying effort all the way through. That identity creates real confidence, not confidence built on appearance, confidence built on trust. The trust that you can continue even when things stop feeling easy. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. Your future is not shaped only by powerful beginnings. It is shaped by quiet continuation, by the moments you keep going after motivation fades, by the days you return to the path even when progress feels slow, because the Spartan spirit is not measured by how intensely it starts. It is measured by how faithfully it finishes. And after learning how to finish what you start, another truth begins becoming impossible to ignore. Most people are not destroyed by giant obstacles. They are slowly weakened by the small excuses they repeat every day without questioning them. Quiet excuses, polite excuses, comfortable excuses. The kind that sound reasonable enough to protect the ego while quietly keeping the life exactly the same. This is why the Spartan mindset became ruthless with excuses, not cruel toward weakness, honest about it. Because excuses are dangerous precisely because they often sound intelligent. The mind rarely says, "I want to stay weak." Instead, it creates softer language. "I'll start tomorrow." "I'm too tired today." "Now isn't the right time." "Things are different for me." "I work better under pressure." "I just need more motivation first." And slowly, years disappear. The frightening thing about excuses is that they protect comfort while stealing potential at the same time. They remove the immediate pain of responsibility, but they quietly increase long-term regret. In the moment, the excuse feels safe, but over time, safety becomes stagnation. The Spartans understood that the mind is capable of deceiving itself better than anyone else ever could. That is why self-awareness mattered so deeply. They knew weakness often hides behind logic. Fear hides behind delay. Laziness hides behind endless planning. Insecurity hides behind perfectionism. And unless you learn how to recognize these patterns honestly, they begin shaping your entire life without permission. This is what it means to become dangerous to your own weak excuses. Not hating yourself, not attacking yourself constantly, but becoming too aware to keep believing every emotional story the mind creates to avoid discomfort. Because the truth is, the human mind is built to conserve energy. It naturally searches for easier paths. That is not evil, it is survival instinct. But survival instinct alone does not create greatness, discipline, or purpose. If you obey every urge toward comfort automatically, the strongest parts of your character never fully develop. This is why excuses feel so tempting. They reduce tension temporarily, but temporary relief often creates permanent weakness. A person says they will train tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes next week. Next week becomes next year. And eventually they begin grieving a stronger version of themselves they never became. Not because they lacked ability, because excuses slowly replaced action. The Spartan spirit interrupts this cycle with honesty, brutal honesty sometimes, the kind that asks difficult questions. Is this truly impossible, or merely uncomfortable? Am I actually incapable, or just afraid? Am I resting or avoiding? Am I preparing or procrastinating? These questions cut through illusion, and illusion is what excuses depend on to survive. Many people spend years trying to change their lives while secretly protecting the habits that keep them stuck. They want confidence without discomfort, discipline without sacrifice, strength without inconvenience. But every meaningful transformation demands friction. Something old must be challenged. The excuse-making mind resists this constantly. It searches for emotional escape routes. And perhaps the most dangerous excuse of all is the belief that there will always be more time. More time to heal, more time to begin, more time to say what matters, more time to become disciplined. But life moves quietly. Days disappear quickly. People wake up one day shocked by how much time was lost to hesitation, fear, distraction, and endless delay. The Spartan mindset carried urgency without panic, an understanding that life is temporary, and because it is temporary, excuses become expensive. Every unnecessary delay steals energy from the future. This creates a different relationship with action. The disciplined person stops waiting to feel emotionally perfect before moving. They stop treating discomfort like a stop sign. They understand that fear often appears before growth, not instead of it. There is also another hidden danger in excuses. Repeated excuses slowly damage self-respect. Deep down, the mind knows when it is being dishonest with itself. It notices the patterns, the avoidance, the rationalizations, the abandoned promises. And over time, this creates silent frustration internally. A person may still appear functional on the outside, while internally feeling disappointed in themselves. This disappointment becomes heavy, not because the person is worthless, because they know they are capable of more than the life excuses are allowing them to live. That tension creates suffering. The Spartan spirit believes suffering should teach movement, not permanent avoidance. And this is why action matters more than emotional storytelling. Small action, consistent action, honest action. The excuse loses power the moment movement begins. Fear shrinks once the difficult conversation starts. Laziness weakens once the workout begins. Overthinking softens once the task is finally faced directly. The mind often exaggerates discomfort before action happens. But once movement starts, resistance usually becomes smaller than expected. This is one of the greatest discoveries disciplined people make. The anticipation is often worse than the effort itself. Yet excuses keep people trapped in anticipation forever. The Spartans trained themselves to move quickly through hesitation because they knew hesitation feeds weakness. The longer the mind debates discomfort, the stronger avoidance becomes emotionally. This applies far beyond productivity. Excuses affect healing too. Some people avoid looking honestly at their pain, avoid apologizing, avoid changing destructive habits, avoid facing loneliness, avoid facing truth itself. Excuses protect emotional comfort while quietly preventing transformation. But healing begins when honesty becomes stronger than avoidance. There is also humility in becoming aware of your own excuses, because it forces you to stop blaming life for everything. Yes, circumstances matter, pain matters, trauma matters, hardship matters. The Spartan mindset never denies reality, but it also refuses to surrender all personal responsibility. That balance creates power. Because the moment you realize your choices still matter, even inside difficult circumstances, your life stops feeling completely controlled by external forces. And that realization changes the nervous system itself. You stop feeling entirely helpless. You stop waiting for rescue. You stop needing perfect conditions before taking responsibility for your direction. This is where real discipline begins. Not in motivation, in ownership. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. Your excuses are not your identity. They are habits of protection created by fear, comfort, uncertainty, or self-doubt. But they do not have to lead your life forever. You can become someone who notices excuses without obeying them. Someone who acts before comfort finishes negotiating. Someone who tells themselves the truth gently but honestly. Because the Spartan spirit becomes powerful the moment it stops making endless excuses for the life it secretly wants to change. And once you stop allowing excuses to control your direction, another kind of strength begins quietly forming beneath the surface. Not loud strength, not the kind that constantly announces itself to the world. Something older, deeper, the ability to carry difficulty without needing everyone to witness your pain every moment. This is the art of silent endurance, a quality the Spartans respected more than almost anything else, because life eventually places every person into seasons they did not choose. Seasons where answers do not arrive quickly. Seasons where grief lingers longer than expected. Seasons where responsibilities become heavy. Seasons where loneliness, exhaustion, uncertainty, or disappointment settle quietly into daily life. And during those moments, many people begin breaking emotionally, not only because the burden is hard, but because they believe strength must always look dramatic. But true endurance is often invisible. It looks like getting up while tired, speaking kindly while carrying pain, continuing forward while feeling uncertain, remaining steady without becoming bitter. The Spartan spirit understood that not every battle should become performance. Some struggles are meant to be carried quietly, with dignity and inner steadiness instead of emotional chaos. This does not mean suppressing emotions. It does not mean pretending nothing hurts. Silent endurance is not emotional numbness. It is emotional maturity. The understanding that pain does not always need to become identity. Many people today feel pressure to display every emotion publicly, every frustration, every disappointment, every difficult moment. But constant emotional exposure can sometimes deepen suffering instead of healing it. The mind begins rehearsing pain repeatedly instead of processing it wisely. The Spartans believed that dignity matters during hardship, not false toughness, not denial. Dignity, the ability to suffer without losing your character. Because pain changes people. That is unavoidable. The question is whether pain deepens wisdom or deepens bitterness. Silent endurance protects the spirit from becoming consumed by self-pity. It allows a person to acknowledge difficulty honestly, without turning suffering into the center of their entire identity. This is rare strength, especially today. Modern life rewards emotional intensity constantly. The loudest reactions get attention. The most dramatic emotions spread fastest. But calm endurance rarely gets celebrated because it is quiet. Yet some of the strongest people in the world are carrying enormous weight silently, while still treating others gently. That is power, not weakness. The parent working while exhausted. The person healing quietly after heartbreak. The individual facing uncertainty without collapsing emotionally every day. The person carrying grief while still showing kindness. These forms of endurance often go unseen, but they reveal enormous inner discipline. The Spartan mindset teaches that suffering does not always require announcement. Sometimes, strength grows best in silence, because silence creates reflection. It forces the mind inward instead of constantly searching outside itself for emotional relief. And within that silence, something powerful develops. Patience, perspective, depth. A person who endures quietly often begins understanding life differently. They stop expecting permanent comfort. They stop being shocked by hardship. They stop panicking every time life becomes painful, not because they became cold, but because endurance trained their nervous system to remain steady through changing seasons. This creates emotional resilience, the kind that cannot be easily shaken by temporary storms. There is also wisdom in learning when silence protects peace better than constant reaction. Not every insult deserves defense. Not every misunderstanding requires explanation. Not every painful experience needs public validation to become real. The Spartan spirit chooses energy carefully, because emotional energy is precious, and many people waste enormous amounts of it trying to prove their suffering to others. But silent endurance creates self-reliance emotionally. You stop needing constant reassurance that your pain matters. You stop depending entirely on external comfort to survive difficult seasons. You begin developing an inner foundation strong enough to hold yourself together even during uncertainty. That foundation changes everything, because life becomes less frightening when you trust your ability to endure discomfort without falling apart completely. This trust does not arrive overnight. It grows through experience. Every difficult day survived. Every painful season endured. Every moment you continued moving forward quietly. These moments build evidence inside the mind. I can carry more than I once believed. And this evidence becomes emotional armor. Not armor that blocks all pain. Armor that prevents pain from completely destroying your identity. The Spartans trained this through controlled hardship repeatedly. Long marches, physical exhaustion, scarcity, discipline, silence. They were teaching the mind not to fear discomfort so intensely, teaching the spirit how to remain composed while under pressure. And perhaps one of the deepest lessons of silent endurance is this: some battles are won simply by not quitting emotionally, not collapsing into despair, not surrendering your values, not allowing suffering to turn you cruel. Because pain has a way of tempting people toward hardness, toward cynicism, toward emotional shutdown. But the disciplined soul learns how to endure difficulty while still remaining human, still capable of compassion, still capable of love, still capable of hope. This balance matters deeply. Because some people mistake emotional numbness for strength. But numbness is not peace. Numbness is disconnection. The Spartan path does not teach you to stop feeling. It teaches you to feel without becoming consumed completely. That difference changes how suffering moves through the body and mind. A calm person can carry pain without turning it into permanent chaos. They can grieve without losing all direction. They can struggle without abandoning discipline entirely. They can suffer without making suffering their entire identity. This is one reason endurance creates wisdom over time. Hardship strips away illusions. It reveals what truly matters. Many people discover their deepest strength only after life forces them into difficult seasons they never wanted. And strangely, those seasons often create the strongest version of them, not immediately, but slowly, quietly, like steel being shaped under pressure. The Spartan spirit respected this process deeply. They knew comfort alone rarely creates depth. Endurance creates depth. It teaches humility, patience, perspective, gratitude for ordinary moments. Even simple peace begins feeling sacred after long periods of struggle. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle softly into your spirit. You do not need to announce every battle to prove your strength. You do not need to perform suffering for it to matter. Some of the most powerful transformations happen quietly inside people who simply refuse to give up on themselves. Because the art of silent endurance is not about pretending life is easy. It is about learning how to carry difficult seasons without losing the best parts of who you are. And after learning the art of silent endurance, another truth slowly becomes impossible to ignore. Many people are not waiting for opportunity before changing their lives. They are waiting to feel comfortable first. Comfortable enough, confident enough, motivated enough, certain enough, emotionally ready enough. And because that feeling rarely arrives fully, action keeps getting delayed. This is one of the quiet traps that keeps people stuck for years. The belief that comfort must come before movement. The Spartan mindset shattered this illusion early, because Spartans understood that waiting to feel comfortable before acting often guarantees that nothing meaningful will happen. Real growth almost always begins while the mind still feels resistance. Fear is still present. Uncertainty is still present. Discomfort is still present. The person simply moves anyway. This is where true discipline separates itself from temporary motivation. Motivation says, "I'll act when I feel ready." Discipline says, "I'll act because it matters." That difference changes entire lives. Most people do not realize how deeply comfort controls their behavior. They think they are making logical decisions, but often they are simply following emotional ease. They avoid difficult conversations because discomfort appears. They delay goals because effort feels heavy. They avoid change because uncertainty creates anxiety. And slowly the nervous system becomes trained to obey comfort automatically. But comfort is not always wisdom. Sometimes comfort is fear trying to protect familiarity. This is why so many people remain trapped inside situations they secretly outgrew. Familiar misery feels emotionally safer than unfamiliar growth. Even when life becomes frustrating, part of the mind says, "At least I know this pain." The Spartan spirit refuses to build life around emotional safety alone, because comfort can quietly become a prison when it controls too many decisions. There is a painful irony here. The more a person avoids discomfort, the weaker their tolerance for discomfort becomes. Small tasks begin feeling enormous. Minor stress feels overwhelming. Tiny inconveniences create emotional exhaustion. This happens because avoidance trains fragility. Meanwhile, action trains resilience. Every time you move before comfort arrives, you strengthen the nervous system slightly. You prove to the mind that uncertainty is survivable. Fear is survivable. Temporary discomfort is survivable. And over time, the things that once felt terrifying begin feeling manageable. This is why courageous people are not usually fearless. They simply stopped waiting for fear to disappear before moving. The Spartans trained this repeatedly. Cold mornings, exhausting drills, difficult conditions. They were teaching the body and mind something powerful. Comfort is optional, but action is necessary. That lesson still matters deeply today. Because modern life constantly encourages emotional dependence on comfort. People are taught to organize life around avoiding inconvenience at all costs. But the result is often hidden weakness. The mind becomes emotionally unprepared for challenge, yet challenge is unavoidable. Life will eventually demand difficult action from everyone. A painful conversation, a major decision, a season of uncertainty, a loss, a responsibility that cannot be escaped. And in those moments, waiting for comfort becomes impossible. The Spartan mindset prepares you beforehand, not through harshness, through training, learning how to move while still uncomfortable. This changes your relationship with fear itself. Fear stops feeling like a stop sign. It becomes information instead of authority. The body may still feel nervous, the heart may still race, doubt may still appear, but movement begins anyway. That is real courage. Not the absence of discomfort, the refusal to obey discomfort automatically. Many people unknowingly waste years trying to emotionally prepare themselves for things that only action itself can prepare them for. They overthink, analyze, wait, delay. But clarity often arrives through movement, not endless mental rehearsal. You understand confidence more by acting than by thinking about acting. You understand healing more by facing life than by endlessly preparing to face it. You understand strength more by enduring discomfort than by imagining yourself strong. The Spartan spirit learns this deeply. Action creates transformation faster than emotional fantasy ever will. There is also freedom hidden inside this lesson. Once you stop needing perfect emotional conditions before acting, life opens dramatically. Opportunities no longer depend entirely on mood. Progress no longer collapses every time feelings fluctuate. You become more stable because your behavior stops being controlled by temporary emotional weather. And emotions are temporary. That matters deeply. A difficult morning does not define your entire life. A fearful moment does not define your capability. A tired day does not erase your discipline. The Spartan mindset understands this. It sees emotions clearly without becoming enslaved by them. It allows discomfort to exist without immediately surrendering direction. This creates inner authority. A person with inner authority can say, "Yes, this feels uncomfortable, and I will still move forward." That sentence alone changes identity, because many people secretly believe discomfort means something is wrong. But discomfort is often simply the sensation of growth, responsibility, or uncertainty. It feels unfamiliar because the mind is leaving old patterns behind. And leaving old patterns always creates tension before freedom appears. The Spartans accepted this naturally. They knew the body seeks ease automatically. so they trained the will to lead anyway, not through self-hatred, not through emotional violence, through repetition, one difficult action, then another, then another. Over time, the nervous system adapts. The mind stops panicking so intensely around discomfort because it has evidence now. Evidence that difficult moments can be survived without collapse. This evidence builds confidence quietly, not loud confidence, grounded confidence, the kind rooted in experience instead of appearance. And perhaps most importantly, life becomes more meaningful once comfort stops being the highest priority. Many beautiful things require discomfort first. Deep relationships require vulnerability. Growth requires uncertainty. Healing requires honesty. Purpose requires sacrifice. Strength requires repetition. None of these feel perfectly comfortable in the beginning, but they create a richer life than endless emotional safety ever could. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. You do not need to feel perfectly ready before taking action. You do not need fear to disappear first. You do not need comfort to give you permission to move forward. You are capable of acting while uncomfortable, capable of growing while uncertain, capable of continuing while afraid. Because the Spartan spirit becomes powerful the moment it stops waiting for life to feel easy before choosing to become stronger. And once you stop waiting for comfort before taking action, fear begins looking different too. Not smaller at first, not weaker immediately, but clearer. You begin noticing that fear itself is not always the real problem. Often, the deeper problem is the emotional drama built around fear. The panic, the spiraling thoughts, the endless imagining of worst-case scenarios before anything has even happened. This is where the Spartan mindset becomes deeply calm, because Spartans respected fear, but they refused to worship it. They understood something powerful. Fear grows louder when the mind keeps feeding it attention, emotion, and imagination. A small fear can become enormous when rehearsed repeatedly inside the mind, and many people suffer far more from imagined pain than from reality itself. The modern mind does this constantly. A difficult conversation becomes catastrophe before it even begins. A mistake becomes humiliation. Uncertainty becomes doom. Rejection becomes identity. The body reacts as if danger is already happening, even while sitting safely in silence. And slowly, the nervous system becomes exhausted from fighting battles that never truly arrived. The Spartan spirit interrupts this cycle through simplicity. See the fear clearly, then move anyway, without drama, without emotional performance, without turning discomfort into a personal tragedy. This sounds simple, but it changes life completely, because fear itself is natural. Every human being experiences it. Even warriors felt fear before battle. Even disciplined people feel fear before difficult moments. The goal is not becoming fearless. The goal is removing unnecessary emotional chaos from the experience of fear. Most fear becomes heavier because people resist it emotionally. They panic about panicking, fear the feeling of fear itself. They interpret nervousness as weakness instead of understanding it as a normal human response. The Spartans trained themselves to remain calm inside fear rather than trying to eliminate fear entirely. That difference matters deeply. A calm mind under fear makes clearer decisions. A dramatic mind under fear creates confusion. This is why the Spartan method begins with observation. Instead of immediately reacting emotionally, they learned to look directly at what was happening internally. What exactly am I afraid of? Is this fear real or imagined? Is my mind predicting disaster before reality has even spoken? These questions slow emotional spirals down, because fear often survives through vagueness. The mind senses danger everywhere without defining it clearly. But once fear is examined honestly, it frequently becomes smaller than expected. Not always, but often. Many fears are exaggerated projections built by the imagination. The fear of embarrassment, the fear of failure, the fear of looking foolish, the fear of rejection. These fears become emotionally enormous because the ego treats discomfort as if it were death. But the Spartan spirit learns something humbling. Most discomfort passes far faster than the mind predicts. The conversation ends, the moment passes, the mistake becomes memory. Life continues moving, and often the suffering before the event was worse than the event itself. This is why emotional drama weakens courage. Drama multiplies suffering unnecessarily. It turns temporary fear into identity. It makes the nervous system feel constantly overwhelmed. But calm observation reduces fear's control. The Spartans practiced this repeatedly through exposure, controlled hardship, uncertainty, pressure. They were teaching the nervous system not to collapse every time fear appeared. Over time, the body learned something important. Fear can exist without controlling behavior completely. This creates emotional resilience, and resilience changes the relationship with life itself. A resilient person stops avoiding every uncomfortable situation automatically. They stop organizing their entire existence around emotional safety. Instead, they begin asking a different question. What matters more than this fear? That question creates courage. Because courage is not the absence of fear. It is loyalty to something greater than fear. The Spartan soldier still felt afraid before battle, but duty mattered more. Discipline mattered more, loyalty mattered more, so action continued despite emotional discomfort. This same principle applies today in quieter ways, speaking honestly despite fear, beginning again despite fear, setting boundaries despite fear, pursuing purpose despite fear, healing despite fear, living authentically despite fear. The fear remains present sometimes, but it stops becoming the ruler. There is also another hidden lesson inside the Spartan approach to fear. Stop making suffering larger through anticipation. Many people mentally experience painful situations hundreds of times before they even happen. The mind rehearses disaster endlessly. This creates chronic stress because the body reacts emotionally to imagined futures constantly. The Spartan spirit returns attention to what is actually real right now, not imaginary catastrophes, not endless what-if scenarios, just reality, the breath, the moment, the next step. This grounding weakens anxiety dramatically because anxiety often feeds on imagined futures rather than present reality. And strangely, fear often shrinks once movement begins. Action interrupts mental spiraling. A person can think themselves into paralysis for weeks, but once they finally take one step forward, the nervous system begins calming down. This is why courage grows through movement, not endless thinking. The mind learns through evidence. Every fear faced successfully teaches the nervous system something important. I survived. That lesson accumulates quietly over time. Eventually, situations that once felt terrifying lose part of their emotional power because the mind now carries evidence instead of fantasy. The Spartans respected this process deeply. They knew confidence is earned through repeated confrontation with discomfort, not through avoiding it. Avoidance strengthens fear. Exposure weakens it. But exposure must happen calmly, without unnecessary emotional drama, without turning fear into identity, without convincing yourself that discomfort means destruction. This is where emotional maturity begins growing. You stop seeing fear as proof of weakness. You start seeing it as part of being alive. And perhaps most importantly, you stop needing to perform strength constantly. The Spartan spirit is quiet. It does not scream, "I am fearless." It simply continues moving steadily despite uncertainty. That calmness creates power. Because dramatic fear spreads chaos. Calm courage spreads stability. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your nervous system. Fear does not need to become a storm every time it appears. You do not need to panic because discomfort entered the room. You do not need to create emotional chaos around every uncertain moment. You can feel fear calmly, observe it honestly, and continue moving anyway. Because the Spartan method for facing fear was never about becoming emotionless. It was about becoming steady enough that fear no longer controls the direction of your life. And once the mind learns not to panic so easily, sleep itself begins changing in a powerful way. It stops becoming only physical recovery. It becomes emotional recovery too, mental recovery, spiritual recovery. Because the state you enter sleep with quietly shapes the condition you wake up with. Most people underestimate this completely. They think sleep is simply unconsciousness, but the mind never fully stops working. Thoughts continue moving beneath awareness. Emotional patterns continue settling deeper into the nervous system. The subconscious keeps absorbing whatever the mind repeatedly feeds it before rest. This is why so many people wake up already anxious, already heavy, already mentally tired before the day even begins. Their body slept, but their inner world spent the entire night swimming in stress, fear, resentment, overstimulation, or emotional noise. The Spartan mindset approached rest differently. They understood that nighttime was not only for the body, it was also an opportunity to shape the mind quietly while resistance was low and the nervous system softened. This is the hidden power of sleep as mental reprogramming. Because the moments before sleep are deeply influential, the conscious mind becomes quieter, the emotional defenses lower, the subconscious becomes more receptive, and whatever emotional atmosphere you repeatedly enter sleep with begins carving patterns into the inner world over time. Fear repeated nightly becomes deeper anxiety. Gratitude repeated nightly becomes deeper peace. Resentment repeated nightly becomes bitterness. Calm reflection repeated nightly becomes emotional steadiness. The mind is always practicing something, even during rest. This is why what you consume before sleep matters so deeply. Endless stress, violent stimulation, outrage, comparison, emotional chaos, doom scrolling through negativity, these things do not simply disappear once the eyes close. The nervous system carries them into sleep itself, and over time, the body starts living in chronic tension. The Spartans valued mental discipline at night because they understood that the final thoughts of the day become seeds planted into tomorrow's mind. A person who falls asleep rehearsing anger strengthens anger. A person who falls asleep rehearsing fear strengthens fear. But a person who enters rest with intention slowly reshapes the nervous system itself. This does not require perfection, only awareness. The Spartan spirit believed that repeated thought becomes repeated identity. This is why nightly reflection mattered. Looking honestly at the day, releasing unnecessary emotional weight, returning the mind to steadiness before sleep, not obsessing, not punishing yourself, resetting. This practice creates enormous emotional relief over time because many people carry unfinished tension into bed every night. Conversations replay endlessly, regrets repeat, imaginary arguments continue internally. The body lies still while the mind keeps fighting invisible battles for hours. No nervous system can fully recover this way, And this is why sleep becomes powerful when combined with conscious mental direction. Instead of feeding chaos before rest, the Spartan mindset feeds the mind principles worth growing into: calmness, discipline, gratitude, perspective, courage, self-control, acceptance. These ideas slowly shape the emotional landscape beneath conscious awareness. Because repetition changes the brain quietly. What you hear repeatedly, what you think repeatedly, what you emotionally rehearse repeatedly, all of it slowly becomes part of your nervous system. This is why negative self-talk becomes so dangerous. Many people mentally attack themselves every night without realizing how deeply those patterns sink into the subconscious. I'm failing. I'll never change. I'm weak. Nothing gets better. Repeated often enough, these thoughts stop feeling like thoughts and start feeling like identity. The Spartan path interrupts this gently but firmly, not through fake positivity, through disciplined truth. I am learning. I can endure this. I can grow stronger. This feeling will pass. I do not need to fear every difficult thought. These quieter truths calm the nervous system instead of constantly threatening it. And over time, the mind begins believing what it repeatedly experiences emotionally. This is why peaceful nighttime routines matter more than most people realize. Soft breathing, reflection, gratitude, silence, gentle mental focus. These things train the body to associate nighttime with safety instead of stress. The modern world does the opposite constantly. Bright screens, endless stimulation, emotional overload, comparison, news, urgency. The nervous system never fully exits survival mode before sleep arrives. Then people wonder why they wake up emotionally exhausted. But the Spartan spirit protects the mind before rest. It treats sleep like preparation, not escape. Preparation for clarity. Preparation for endurance. Preparation for emotional steadiness tomorrow. This creates a different relationship with rest entirely. Sleep stops becoming unconscious collapse after overstimulation. It becomes restoration, recentering, mental training through repetition and calmness. Even physically, the body heals more deeply when the nervous system feels safe. Stress hormones lower, breathing slows, muscles release tension, the heart steadies, recovery improves. The body was designed to heal during deep rest, but emotional chaos interferes constantly when the mind never slows down. This is why emotional peace matters physically too. The Spartan mindset understood that mental discipline protects the body itself. A constantly panicked mind eventually exhausts the nervous system, but calm repetition creates resilience. And perhaps most importantly, sleep becomes an opportunity to let go. Not everything must be solved tonight. Not every fear deserves endless attention. Not every mistake must be carried into tomorrow. Some things can simply be released for now. The Spartan spirit understands this deeply. A tired mind sees life more darkly. Exhaustion magnifies fear. But rest restores perspective. It softens emotional intensity. It allows the mind to return clearer and steadier. This is why disciplined nighttime thinking becomes so powerful over months and years. Slowly, the subconscious begins reshaping itself around calmness instead of chaos. The nervous system learns safety instead of constant panic. Emotional endurance strengthens quietly, and the beautiful thing is that this process happens gradually without force. One peaceful night, then another, then another. Small repetition shaping identity slowly beneath awareness. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your subconscious. Sleep is not wasted time. It is one of the most powerful opportunities for mental healing and emotional reprogramming that exists. You do not need to enter rest carrying every burden tightly inside your chest. You can soften. You can breathe. You can release what no longer needs your attention tonight, because the Spartan spirit understands that a calm mind before sleep creates a stronger mind when morning arrives. And after learning how to use sleep as mental reprogramming, mornings begin feeling different too. Not magically easy, not suddenly free from resistance, but clearer, more intentional, because one of the deepest forms of discipline is deciding who you will be before the world starts pulling at your attention. Most people wake up undecided whether they will stay disciplined today, undecided whether they will protect their peace, undecided whether they will follow through. So the mind immediately begins negotiating with comfort, emotion, distraction, and mood the moment the day starts. And this is why mornings often feel mentally heavy. The mind enters battle before direction is established. The Spartan mindset avoided this completely. They believed decisions should be made before emotional resistance had time to grow stronger. Wake up already decided, already committed, already aligned with your standards before excuses begin speaking loudly. Because once negotiation begins, discipline weakens quickly. The body says stay in bed. The mind says delay the difficult task. Comfort says start tomorrow. And if there is no clear inner decision already in place, emotion usually takes control. This is why the discipline of waking up already decided changes everything. It removes unnecessary internal debate. The mind stops asking every morning, will I stay committed today? The answer was already chosen beforehand. That creates clarity, and clarity protects energy. Many people waste enormous emotional energy making the same decisions repeatedly every day. Should I work out? Should I stay disciplined? Should I focus? Should I avoid distractions? The constant internal negotiation becomes exhausting. The Spartan spirit simplifies this. The decision is already made. Now act. This mindset builds inner authority because the mind learns that values are not temporary moods, they are commitments. A disciplined person does not reinvent themselves emotionally every morning. They return to the same standards consistently, not perfectly, but faithfully. This creates psychological stability, and stability creates strength. Because life becomes chaotic when behavior changes constantly based on emotion. Some days full effort, some days complete collapse, some days discipline, some days surrender. The nervous system becomes unstable because identity keeps shifting with temporary feelings. But waking up already decided creates consistency before emotion interferes. The Spartans respected routine for this reason, not because routine is exciting, but because routine reduces emotional chaos. The body learns patterns, the mind learns direction. Action becomes smoother because there is less hesitation draining energy constantly. And hesitation matters more than people realize. Hesitation feeds weakness. The longer the mind debates discomfort, the stronger avoidance becomes emotionally. But immediate action weakens resistance before it fully grows. This is why disciplined mornings often create disciplined days. The first actions shape the emotional momentum that follows. A person who begins the morning with intention usually carries more clarity into everything else. Meanwhile, reactive mornings often create reactive lives. Checking distractions immediately, feeding stress immediately, escaping discomfort immediately. The nervous system enters survival mode before the day has even properly begun. The Spartan spirit interrupts this cycle through deliberate direction. Wake up, stand up, move forward. Not because motivation appeared, because the decision was already made. There is also peace hidden inside this discipline. Many people secretly suffer from decision fatigue without realizing it. Endless mental debating drains emotional strength, but when certain values become non-negotiable, the mind relaxes. There is less chaos internally because identity becomes clearer. You no longer ask every morning whether you are in the mood to protect your health, your focus, your peace, your discipline. The answer exists already. This does not mean becoming rigid or emotionless. Spartans still felt tired, still felt resistance, still experienced difficult mornings. But they understood that emotions do not always deserve leadership. Feelings can exist without becoming commands. That lesson alone changes lives, because many people mistakenly believe discipline should feel emotionally pleasant all the time. But real discipline often feels ordinary, quiet, repetitive, sometimes uncomfortable. The power comes from consistency, not emotional excitement. The Spartan mindset accepts this naturally, and strangely, this acceptance creates freedom. Once you stop expecting discipline to feel amazing every day, resistance loses some of its power. You stop feeling shocked by difficult mornings. You stop interpreting discomfort as failure. You simply continue. This continuation strengthens identity over time. A person who repeatedly honors commitments in the morning begins trusting themselves more deeply. Self-respect grows, confidence grows. The mind learns something powerful. I can lead myself even when comfort disagrees. That lesson spreads into every area of life. Work becomes steadier. Health becomes stronger. Emotional reactions become calmer. Goals stop depending entirely on mood. And perhaps most importantly, mornings stop feeling like emotional battles that control the rest of the day. The Spartans understood something modern life often forgets. The first hour of the day shapes the nervous system deeply. If the morning begins in distraction, anxiety, chaos, and emotional reaction, the body carries that rhythm forward. But if the morning begins with stillness, clarity, discipline, and movement, the mind stays more grounded under pressure later. This is why protecting the beginning of the day matters so much. Not through perfection, through intention. A calm breath before noise enters, a deliberate action before distractions appear. A reminder of your values before the world starts demanding your attention. These small practices build enormous emotional strength over time. Because discipline is not usually built through giant moments. It is built through repeated mornings where the mind chooses direction before excuses fully wake up. And there is another hidden beauty in waking up already decided. It reduces fear. Fear thrives inside uncertainty, but commitment creates stability. Once the decision is made internally, energy stops leaking through endless overthinking. You stop asking whether you are capable. You begin proving it quietly through action. The Spartan spirit respects this quiet proof deeply. No dramatic announcements, no constant self-promotion, just repeated evidence through behavior, morning after morning. Choice after choice, action after action. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. Your mornings do not need to begin with confusion, negotiation, and emotional chaos. You can wake up already aligned with the person you are trying to become, already decided, already committed, already moving forward before comfort has time to pull you backward. Because the Spartan spirit becomes powerful not by waiting for the perfect mood to appear, but by deciding who it will be before the day even begins. And once you learn the discipline of waking up already decided, pain itself begins looking different too. Not smaller, not pleasant, but less meaningless. Because one of the deepest shifts in the Spartan mindset is learning how to stop seeing pain only as punishment and begin seeing it as proof that something inside you is becoming stronger. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid pain completely. Emotional pain, physical pain, failure, rejection, loss, discomfort. And because they fear pain so deeply, they also avoid many of the experiences that create growth, purpose, and resilience. They avoid difficult conversations, avoid risk, avoid vulnerability, avoid responsibility, avoid challenge. But the Spartan spirit understood something powerful. A life completely protected from pain also becomes a life protected from transformation. Because pain changes people. The question is whether it weakens them or sharpens them. Many people secretly believe that pain means they are failing. If life becomes difficult, they assume something must be wrong. But difficulty is not always destruction. Sometimes it is training. Sometimes pain is revealing strength you did not know existed inside you until life demanded it. This is why the Spartans respected hardship so deeply. Hardship strips away illusion. It reveals character. When life becomes uncomfortable, masks begin falling away. People discover how patient they truly are, how disciplined they truly are, how calm they truly are. Pain exposes what comfort often hides. And while that truth can feel uncomfortable, it is also freeing. Because once pain becomes teacher instead of enemy, fear loses part of its control over your life. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin asking, "What is this trying to build inside me?" That question changes suffering completely, because suffering without meaning crushes people, but suffering connected to growth becomes bearable. The Spartan spirit learns to carry pain with purpose. Not dramatic suffering, not self-pity, purposeful endurance. This creates emotional resilience. A person who transforms pain into proof becomes difficult to break because every difficult season strengthens self-belief instead of destroying it. They begin collecting evidence of survival. I endured that. I survived that. I grew through that. These memories become emotional armor during future challenges. The modern world often teaches people to interpret pain as interruption, something unfair that should disappear immediately. But life does not work that way. Every human being eventually faces heartbreak, uncertainty, disappointment, aging, stress, and loss. Pain is not the exception. It is part of being alive. The Spartan mindset accepts this honestly, instead of resisting reality constantly. And strangely, acceptance softens suffering. Not because pain disappears, because emotional resistance decreases. A person who constantly says, "This should not be happening," suffers twice, once from the pain itself, and again from fighting reality emotionally. But the disciplined mind learns how to face pain directly, without multiplying it unnecessarily through panic and bitterness. This is why some people emerge from hardship wiser, calmer, and stronger, while others emerge resentful and emotionally shattered. The pain itself is not always the difference. The relationship to the pain is. The Spartan spirit refuses to let suffering become meaningless. A difficult season becomes proof of endurance. Failure becomes proof of courage for trying. Loneliness becomes proof of emotional depth. Discipline becomes proof of self-respect. Even grief becomes proof that love mattered deeply. This perspective creates emotional power because the mind stops viewing itself only as victim of pain. It begins recognizing itself as someone capable of carrying difficult experiences without losing all inner strength. That realization changes identity. There is also something deeply healing about surviving what you once thought would destroy you. A heartbreak you thought you could never recover from. A season of fear you thought would never end. A burden you once believed was too heavy. Then time passes, you endure, and slowly you realize something shocking. You are still here, changed perhaps, softer in some places, stronger in others, but still standing. This creates quiet confidence, not arrogance, survival-based confidence. The kind that says, if I carried that, I can carry this too. The Spartans built this confidence intentionally. Hardship was not only physical training, it was psychological preparation. They wanted the nervous system to understand discomfort without immediate collapse, to understand that pain could be survived calmly, because a person who fears pain constantly becomes easy to control through fear. But a person who learns how to endure pain wisely becomes emotionally free. This does not mean glorifying suffering. Pain is not automatically noble. Trauma is not automatically wisdom. Some pain simply hurts deeply. The Spartan mindset never asks you to pretend suffering feels good. It asks you not to waste it, to let pain deepen your awareness instead of hardening your heart completely, to let difficulty strengthen compassion instead of creating cruelty, to let struggle build wisdom instead of permanent bitterness. That balance matters deeply because unresolved pain often spreads outward. Hurt people when suffering becomes identity instead of transformation. But disciplined suffering creates empathy, humility, patience, perspective. People who endured real hardship often stop obsessing over small things. They appreciate ordinary peace more deeply, a calm morning, a healthy body, a meaningful conversation. Pain teaches the value of what once felt ordinary. This is one reason gratitude often grows after suffering. Hardship strips away illusions and reminds the soul what truly matters. And perhaps the deepest lesson here is this: strength is not built by never hurting. Strength is built by learning how to continue loving life even after pain enters it. The Spartan spirit understands this quietly. It knows scars can become wisdom instead of shame. It knows endurance can become identity instead of suffering becoming identity. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. The pain you survived is not only evidence of what hurt you, it is also evidence of what could not destroy you. Every difficult season carried, every fear endured, every lonely night survived. Every burden faced without surrendering completely, all of it became proof that there is more strength inside you than fear once allowed you to believe. Because the Spartan spirit is not forged in comfort alone, it is forged in the moments where pain arrives, and the soul chooses to rise anyway. And once pain begins transforming into proof of strength instead of proof of weakness, another kind of freedom quietly starts growing inside you. The need to constantly defend yourself begins fading. The need to explain every choice, every boundary, every change, every dream to people who were never truly trying to understand you in the first place. Because one of the greatest drains on the human spirit is constantly seeking permission to become who you already know you need to become. The Spartan mindset understood this deeply. Not everyone will understand your discipline. Not everyone will understand your silence. Not everyone will understand your boundaries, your healing, your focus, or your refusal to stay the same. And that is perfectly fine. Many people spend years exhausting themselves, trying to explain their growth to minds committed to misunderstanding them. They over-explain, over-defend, over-justify, hoping that if they say the perfect words, everyone will finally approve of their choices. But weak minds often do not want understanding. They want comfort. They want familiarity. They want you to remain the version of yourself that made them feel safe. And the moment you begin changing, some people feel threatened without even realizing why. Your discipline reminds them of their excuses. Your calmness irritates their chaos. Your boundaries expose their lack of self-control. Your growth silently forces them to confront the parts of themselves they keep avoiding. So instead of understanding you, they criticize you, mock you, question you, misinterpret you, and if you are not careful, you can waste enormous emotional energy trying to defend your transformation to people emotionally committed to misunderstanding it. The Spartan spirit refuses this trap. Not through arrogance, through clarity, because deeply disciplined people understand something important. Explanations do not change every mind. Some people hear your words only through the filter of their own insecurity, jealousy, fear, or emotional immaturity. No amount of explaining can heal that for them. This realization creates peace. Many people suffer emotionally because they keep trying to earn understanding from those who are unwilling to give it honestly. They want approval from people who secretly resent their growth. They want emotional support from people emotionally threatened by change. And this creates constant frustration. The Spartan mindset teaches you to stop arguing with minds that are not open to understanding. Not every opinion deserves response. Not every criticism deserves defense. Not every misunderstanding needs correction. Sometimes silence protects peace, better than explanation ever could. This does not mean becoming cold or emotionally distant. It means learning discernment. Learning where your energy is actually valuable, because emotional energy is limited. And many people waste huge amounts of it trying to prove themselves to people who already decided how they want to see them. The Spartans valued action more than endless explanation, because action speaks slowly but clearly over time. A disciplined life eventually explains itself. Calmness explains itself. Consistency explains itself. Character explains itself. You do not need to constantly announce your growth when your behavior quietly reveals it already. This becomes especially important during personal transformation. Whenever you begin changing deeply, some people become uncomfortable, not because your growth is wrong, but because change disrupts expectations. People become attached to familiar versions of you. The quiet version, the people-pleasing version, the weak version, the distracted version, the version that never challenged them. And when that version begins disappearing, resistance often appears too. Weak minds interpret boundaries as cruelty, discipline as arrogance, silence as pride, self-respect as selfishness. Not because these things are wrong, but because insecurity distorts perception. The Spartan spirit understands this without becoming bitter. It simply stops seeking validation from emotionally unstable sources. This creates enormous freedom internally, because once you stop needing universal approval, your decisions become cleaner. You stop shaping your life around avoiding criticism. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally just to keep other people comfortable. And strangely, the less you explain yourself unnecessarily, the more grounded you become. Not defensive, not reactive, just steady. There is also strength in letting people misunderstand you temporarily without panicking emotionally. Many people feel desperate to control every opinion others have about them. But this creates constant anxiety because human perception cannot be controlled fully. Some people will judge you no matter what. Some people will project their own fears onto you. Some people will misunderstand your intentions completely. And exhausting yourself trying to manage every perception only weakens inner peace. The Spartan mindset lets reality speak over time instead of fighting every opinion emotionally. This does not mean avoiding accountability. Wise people still listen to honest feedback. They still apologize when wrong. They still communicate clearly when needed, but they stop over-explaining themselves to people committed to negativity. That difference matters deeply, because over-explaining often comes from fear. Fear of rejection, fear of judgment, fear of being disliked. The mind keeps talking, defending, proving, clarifying, because it secretly hopes explanation will guarantee acceptance. But acceptance built on constant self-betrayal is not peace. It is emotional exhaustion. The Spartan spirit values inner alignment more than endless external approval. This creates quiet confidence, not loud ego. Confidence rooted in self-respect. The ability to stand calmly inside your choices without constantly begging others to validate them. And perhaps one of the hardest lessons in life is realizing that some people only understood the version of you that required less courage. Once you begin growing, they no longer recognize you comfortably. That is not always tragedy. Sometimes it is necessary, because growth naturally changes relationships. Not every person grows in the same direction at the same time. The Spartan spirit accepts this reality without becoming cruel about it. It simply keeps moving forward, calmly, quietly, without endless emotional explanation. This creates emotional maturity. A mature mind understands that peace is more valuable than winning every argument, more valuable than correcting every misunderstanding, more valuable than proving worth constantly to people determined not to see it. And over time, this silence becomes powerful. Not weak silence. Intentional silence. The kind rooted in self-trust. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. You do not need to explain every part of your transformation to people committed to misunderstanding it. You do not need to defend your healing, your discipline, your peace, or your growth to every opinion surrounding you. Some minds are too attached to your old self to recognize your new one clearly. And that is okay, because the Spartan spirit becomes free the moment it stops seeking permission to become stronger. And once you stop needing constant approval from weak minds, something stronger begins forming quietly inside you. A deeper source of discipline, a deeper source of identity, because eventually the strongest people stop asking, "What do others expect from me?" and begin asking, "What do I expect from myself when nobody is watching?" This is the power of private standards, and the Spartan mindset was built upon them. Not public image, not performance, not reputation alone. Private standards. The invisible rules a person follows even when there is no reward waiting, no praise coming, and no punishment threatening them if they fail. Because character is never fully revealed in public. Public behavior is often influenced by pressure, attention, and appearance. Private behavior reveals the truth. The way you speak to yourself alone. The habits you repeat when nobody sees them. The choices you make when excuses would be easy. These moments shape identity far more than dramatic public achievements. The Spartans understood this deeply. They knew that a person who only behaves well under observation is not truly disciplined yet. Real discipline begins when standards survive in silence, when the same integrity exists in private that exists in public. That kind of consistency creates power, because many people secretly live divided lives. One version for others, another version alone. Public confidence, private chaos. Public discipline, private weakness. Public ambition, private avoidance. And over time, this division creates emotional exhaustion because the soul knows when it is pretending. Private standards repair that division. They create alignment. The outside self and the inside self begin matching more closely. This creates peace most people cannot explain easily, because inner conflict decreases. A person with strong private standards does not constantly need external pressure to behave correctly. They lead themselves, even when tired, even when bored, even when no applause is waiting. That is rare strength, especially today. Modern culture often encourages performance over integrity. Looking disciplined becomes more important than being disciplined. Looking successful becomes more important than living honestly. People carefully manage appearances while neglecting the private habits quietly shaping their actual lives. But the Spartan spirit never trusted appearance alone. It trusted repetition, daily choices. Private consistency. This is why small actions matter more than most people realize. Returning messages honestly, keeping your word, finishing responsibilities, protecting your health, speaking truthfully, managing emotions privately instead of exploding publicly later. These things build self-respect slowly, and self-respect is one of the most important forms of strength a person can possess, because a person who respects themselves does not need constant external validation to feel valuable. Their confidence comes from alignment, from knowing their actions reflect their values consistently, not perfectly, but sincerely. This sincerity creates emotional stability. Many people today feel emotionally fragile because their self-worth depends almost entirely on outside reactions. Praise creates confidence, criticism destroys it, attention creates value, silence creates insecurity, but private standards create inner grounding. You stop depending completely on external approval because your relationship with yourself becomes stronger. The Spartan mindset values this deeply. A disciplined person should still behave honorably, even if nobody claps for it, even if nobody notices, even if the world misunderstands them temporarily. Because values are not supposed to disappear when convenience arrives. This changes how you experience loneliness too. Many people feel lost when alone because their identity exists mostly through external attention. But a person with private standards remains grounded even in solitude because they are not performing constantly for others. They know who they are privately. That knowledge creates quiet confidence, not ego, stability. And stability becomes emotional armor during difficult seasons, because life eventually removes applause sometimes. Recognition fades, social approval shifts, public image changes. But a person rooted in private standards remains steadier through those changes because their identity was never built entirely on outside attention. This is why the Spartans respected self-command so much. The ability to govern yourself privately was considered one of the highest forms of strength. A person unable to lead themselves internally could not truly lead anything externally either, and this principle still applies today. A person who cannot manage small impulses struggles with larger responsibilities. A person who constantly breaks promises to themselves weakens trust internally. A person who behaves differently depending on who is watching lives in constant emotional instability. Private standards remove this instability. You stop adapting your values to every environment. You stop negotiating your integrity constantly. You stop becoming different versions of yourself to satisfy every room you enter. That consistency creates peace. There is also freedom in private discipline because it removes the need for constant motivation. Standards replace emotional unpredictability. You no longer wake up asking whether you feel like honoring your values today. The standard already exists. Now live by it. This reduces mental chaos dramatically. The mind wastes less energy debating basic principles repeatedly. Decisions become clearer because identity becomes clearer. The Spartan spirit thrives inside this clarity. Not harsh perfectionism, clear self-respect. And perhaps one of the most beautiful things about private standards is that they create invisible strength long before visible results appear. Many transformations happen quietly before anyone else notices them. Discipline deepens privately first. Emotional control strengthens privately first. Self-trust rebuilds privately first. Then eventually, the outside life begins reflecting the inner work naturally. But the Spartan mindset never becomes obsessed with recognition because recognition is unstable. Some people will notice your growth. Some will not. Some will misunderstand it completely. None of that changes the importance of the work itself. The disciplined soul understands this. It continues building character privately, even when nobody fully sees the effort yet. And over time, this creates enormous emotional freedom. You stop performing goodness. You stop chasing validation for every small achievement. You stop needing the world to constantly confirm your worth. Your standards become enough. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. The strongest version of you is not built through image alone. It is built through the invisible choices repeated quietly when nobody is watching, the promises you keep privately, the discipline you maintain privately, the honesty you protect privately, the standards you refuse to lower privately. Because the Spartan spirit understands something timeless. Public strength means very little if private character collapses in silence. And once private standards begin shaping your inner world, another challenge appears quietly along the path of strength. Because hardship changes people, discipline changes people, pain changes people, and if a person is not careful, they can mistake emotional hardness for wisdom. They can become so focused on protecting themselves that they slowly lose softness, compassion, patience, and humanity along the way. This is why the Spartan mindset carries an important balance. Become emotionally stronger, but do not become emotionally dead. Many people react to pain by building walls instead of building wisdom. After betrayal, they stop trusting completely. After disappointment, they stop hoping. After heartbreak, they stop opening their heart honestly. They convince themselves this numbness is strength because feeling less appears safer. But numbness is not peace. Cruelty is not discipline. Emotional coldness is not mastery. The Spartan spirit was never about becoming incapable of feeling. It was about becoming capable of feeling deeply without losing self-control. That difference changes everything. Because a person who becomes emotionally harder without becoming cruel develops resilience while still remaining human. They stop collapsing emotionally under pressure, but they also refuse to let suffering poison their character completely. This is rare strength, especially in a world where pain often spreads pain. The hurt person hurts others. The betrayed person betrays others. The rejected person rejects others harshly. The disrespected person becomes cruel to feel powerful again. This cycle repeats constantly because many people never truly heal. They simply harden. But the Spartan mindset breaks the cycle differently. It says, let pain sharpen your awareness, not your bitterness. That is emotional maturity. The emotionally disciplined person still feels sadness, anger, disappointment, grief, loneliness, and frustration. But they stop letting those emotions completely control their treatment of others. They stop using pain as permission to lose their integrity. This becomes especially important after difficult experiences, because suffering naturally tempts people towards cynicism. After enough disappointment, it becomes easy to believe everyone is selfish. After enough betrayal, it becomes easy to stop trusting entirely. After enough struggle, it becomes easy to close your heart permanently. But the Spartan spirit refuses to let hardship destroy its humanity. Not because kindness is weakness, because cruelty weakens the soul. Many people do not realize this. They think becoming colder will finally protect them from pain. But often, it only creates loneliness and emotional exhaustion. A person can become so guarded that they stop experiencing meaningful connection altogether. The Spartan mindset seeks strength with balance, firm boundaries without hatred, calmness without emotional numbness, discipline without arrogance, resilience without cruelty. This balance creates deep inner stability because the mind no longer swings between emotional extremes constantly. You stop becoming either overly soft or unnecessarily hard. Instead, you become steady. Steadiness is powerful. A steady person can remain compassionate without becoming easily manipulated. They can care deeply without losing themselves entirely inside other people's chaos. They can forgive without forgetting wisdom. They can stay calm without becoming emotionally distant. This kind of emotional strength requires awareness because pain changes perception quietly. Hurt people often begin seeing the world through defensive eyes. Every disagreement feels threatening. Every mistake feels personal. Every disappointment becomes proof that nobody can be trusted. But the Spartan spirit trains observation before reaction. It asks, am I responding from wisdom or from old wounds? That question protects relationships, because unresolved pain often disguises itself as strength. A person says, I don't care anymore, when really they are afraid of being hurt again. They say, people are weak, when really they are disappointed and exhausted. They become emotionally harsh because vulnerability feels dangerous now. But true strength is not emotional shutdown. It is emotional control combined with emotional depth. The Spartans understood that controlled emotion creates clarity. An emotionally reactive person loses judgment quickly, but a calm person can feel deeply while still thinking clearly. This creates wisdom under pressure, and wisdom creates better decisions. There is also something deeply powerful about remaining kind in a harsh world without becoming naive. Many people think they must choose between being soft or being strong, but the Spartan spirit combines both. Strong enough to protect boundaries, soft enough to remain compassionate. This is difficult, because life tests kindness constantly. People disappoint you, misunderstand you, take advantage sometimes. But becoming cruel does not heal those wounds. It only spreads suffering further. The emotionally disciplined person learns how to protect themselves wisely without abandoning their humanity completely. This creates emotional freedom. Because bitterness is heavy, hatred is exhausting, constant defensiveness drains the nervous system, but calm strength feels lighter internally. You stop needing revenge to feel powerful. You stop needing dominance to feel respected. You stop needing emotional coldness to feel safe. Instead, your safety comes from self-trust. The trust that you can survive disappointment without becoming destroyed by it. This changes relationships deeply too. Emotionally mature people create emotional safety around them because they are not constantly spilling unresolved pain onto everyone nearby. They can disagree without cruelty, set boundaries without hatred, leave situations without emotional destruction. That calmness becomes rare and valuable. The Spartan spirit respects restraint because restraint protects dignity. The ability to remain composed while hurt is not weakness. It is self-command, not suppressing emotion, leading it wisely. And perhaps the deepest lesson here is this: pain can either harden your heart or deepen it. Both paths are possible. Some people become colder after suffering. Others become wiser, more patient, more compassionate because they understand how heavy life can feel sometimes. The Spartan mindset chooses the second path, not weakness, depth. The ability to remain strong without losing tenderness completely. Because a person who can carry strength and compassion together becomes incredibly powerful emotionally. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. You do not need to become cruel to become strong. You do not need to kill your softness to protect yourself. You do not need bitterness to create resilience. You can become harder to break without becoming harder to love, because the Spartan spirit was never about losing your humanity. It was about protecting it wisely inside a difficult world. And once you learn how to become emotionally stronger without becoming cruel, rejection begins affecting you differently too. Not painlessly, not without emotion, but without complete collapse. Because one of the hardest truths every human being eventually faces is this: no matter how disciplined, kind, talented, or genuine you are, some doors will still close, some people will still walk away, some opportunities will still disappear, some efforts will still go unseen. And if your entire identity depends on being accepted everywhere, rejection will break you repeatedly. The Spartan mindset understood this deeply. Rejection was never treated as proof of worthlessness. It was treated as part of reality, a natural part of growth, ambition, relationships, and life itself. But modern life often trains people to fear rejection like a form of death. The fear becomes so strong that many people stop risking honesty completely. They avoid difficult opportunities, avoid vulnerability, avoid speaking truthfully, avoid pursuing meaningful things because they are terrified of hearing no. And slowly, life becomes smaller. Safer, perhaps, but smaller. The Spartan spirit refuses to shrink because of rejection. Not because rejection feels good, because avoiding life hurts more over time. Many people do not realize how much fear of rejection controls their behavior quietly. They stay silent to avoid judgment, pretend to agree to avoid conflict, remain in unhealthy situations to avoid abandonment, chase approval constantly because rejection feels emotionally unbearable. But this creates emotional dependence, and emotional dependence weakens freedom. The Spartans believed a person must become steady enough internally that external rejection no longer completely defines their value. This does not mean becoming arrogant or emotionally detached. It means understanding something powerful. Another person's inability to choose you is not always proof that you are unworthy. Sometimes people reject what they do not understand. Sometimes they reject what they are not ready for. Sometimes rejection simply reflects incompatibility, timing, fear, insecurity, or different paths. Not personal destruction. But the emotional mind takes rejection very personally. The ego immediately creates painful stories. I'm not enough. I'll never succeed. Nobody values me. One rejection becomes global identity instead of temporary experience. The Spartan mindset interrupts this quickly. It separates event from identity. You were rejected. That does not mean you are rejection itself. A relationship ended. That does not mean you are unlovable. An opportunity disappeared. That does not mean your future disappeared too. This perspective creates emotional resilience because the mind stops turning every painful experience into permanent self-definition. And this matters deeply because rejection is unavoidable for anyone living courageously. If you speak honestly, some people will dislike you. If you pursue meaningful goals, some opportunities will fail. If you love deeply, heartbreak remains possible. If you grow, some people will leave because your growth no longer fits their comfort. This is life. The Spartan spirit accepts this reality instead of fighting it endlessly. And strangely, acceptance reduces suffering. Not because rejection stops hurting, because emotional resistance stops multiplying the pain unnecessarily. Many people suffer twice during rejection. First from the event itself, then from the stories they build afterward. Endless overthinking, endless replaying, endless self-criticism. The mind reopens the wound repeatedly. But the disciplined spirit learns how to grieve disappointment without turning it into lifelong identity. This creates emotional recovery, and recovery creates strength. The Spartans also understood that rejection can reveal hidden attachment. Sometimes the pain is not only about losing something, it is about discovering how much self-worth was secretly attached to that thing. A relationship, a job, an image. approval, recognition. When rejection removes it, the person suddenly feels empty because they built identity around external acceptance. But the Spartan mindset builds identity internally first, through character, discipline, integrity, self-respect. These things remain even when rejection appears. This creates stability during painful seasons. A person with internal grounding still hurts, but they do not completely lose themselves every time life says no. There is also wisdom hidden inside rejection. Sometimes rejection redirects people toward better paths they could not yet see clearly. Some of the strongest, wisest, and most disciplined people were shaped through painful rejection that forced growth. The opportunity lost forced resilience. The heartbreak forced self-awareness. The failure forced humility. The loneliness forced inner strength. Painful at the time, but transformative later. The Spartan spirit looks for lessons instead of only wounds, not toxic positivity. Perspective, because bitterness after rejection creates emotional paralysis. A person becomes afraid to try again, afraid to trust again, afraid to open themselves fully again. But the disciplined mind understands that avoiding future rejection also means avoiding future connection, purpose, and growth. This is why courage matters. Not because courage guarantees success. Because courage keeps the soul alive after disappointment. The Spartans respected people who continued standing after loss. Not perfect people, enduring people. People who could absorb disappointment without surrendering completely to hopelessness. That endurance becomes emotional power over time. Because every rejection survived quietly teaches the mind something important. I can continue even after being unwanted somewhere. This lesson creates freedom. Freedom from constantly needing approval. Freedom from shaping your entire life around avoiding criticism or abandonment. Freedom from believing your worth rises and falls entirely based on other people's choices. And once this freedom grows, confidence becomes calmer, less desperate, less performative. You stop begging the world to constantly confirm your value because you begin building that value internally instead. The Spartan spirit carries this calm dignity quietly. Rejection may sting, but it does not destroy identity. It becomes part of life's movement rather than proof of permanent inadequacy. This changes relationships too. A person no longer clings desperately to anyone who offers temporary validation. They stop tolerating disrespect simply to avoid loneliness. They stop abandoning their own standards just to remain accepted, because self-respect becomes stronger than fear of rejection. That is real emotional strength. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. Rejection is not the end of your worth. It is not proof that you are broken, unwanted, or destined to fail. It is simply one part of being human in a world where not everything aligns perfectly. Some doors close, some people leave, some opportunities disappear, and still, you continue. Because the Spartan spirit does not collapse every time life says no. It learns, adjusts, endures, and walks forward with dignity anyway. And once rejection stops controlling your identity completely, another form of freedom begins quietly appearing inside the mind. A freedom many people never fully experience because they spend most of their lives being emotionally pulled from one state to another without realizing it. Good mood, they move forward. Bad mood, they stop completely. Motivation appears, they feel powerful. Motivation disappears, everything collapses. And slowly, life becomes controlled by emotional weather. This is why the Spartan mindset teaches something difficult but life-changing. Your mood is real, but it should not become your master. Because moods change constantly, energy changes, emotion changes, confidence changes. Some mornings feel light, some feel heavy, some feel uncertain, some feel deeply tired. This is part of being human. The problem begins when every feeling starts controlling behavior completely. Many people unknowingly build their entire lives around mood. They only act when inspired, only stay disciplined when emotionally energized, only show patience when stress is low, only protect their peace when life feels easy. But life does not remain emotionally easy for long. And if your values disappear every time your mood changes, your identity becomes unstable. The Spartans understood this deeply. They knew emotions were temporary visitors, not permanent leaders. A person who obeys every passing feeling becomes emotionally fragile because moods are unreliable. They rise and fall like waves, sometimes without warning. This is why discipline mattered so much to them. Discipline creates continuity when emotion becomes inconsistent. The Spartan spirit asks a powerful question: what matters even when I do not feel like doing it? That question separates temporary emotion from lasting values, because meaningful things often still matter on difficult days. Health still matters when motivation disappears. Kindness still matters when stress appears. Purpose still matters when energy feels low. Character still matters when emotions fluctuate. And this is where emotional maturity begins growing, not by denying moods, by refusing to become completely ruled by them. Many people mistake emotional honesty for emotional surrender. They think every feeling must immediately dictate action. I feel tired, so I stop. I feel anxious, so I avoid. I feel discouraged, so I quit. But the Spartan mindset teaches that feelings can exist without becoming commands. This changes everything, because suddenly emotions stop feeling so dangerous. A difficult mood becomes temporary experience instead of identity. The mind stops panicking every time emotional discomfort appears. You begin understanding something important. I can feel this and still choose wisely. That realization creates enormous inner strength. The modern world often encourages emotional impulsiveness. People are taught to chase whatever feels good immediately and avoid whatever feels uncomfortable immediately. But this creates unstable lives because moods are constantly shifting. A person who only works when inspired accomplishes little consistently. A person who only loves when emotions feel easy struggles with commitment. A person who only stays calm when life is pleasant collapses quickly under pressure. The Spartan spirit builds steadiness instead. Not emotional numbness, steadiness. The ability to remain connected to values even when emotions fluctuate temporarily. This is why routines become powerful. Routines protect action from emotional unpredictability. The body learns consistency even when moods change. A disciplined person may still wake up tired, discouraged, anxious, or unmotivated, but certain standards remain in place anyway. Not perfectly, but consistently. This consistency creates emotional trust. The mind learns something powerful over time. My life does not completely fall apart every time my feelings change. That lesson reduces fear dramatically, because many people secretly fear difficult emotions so much that they spend their lives trying to avoid them constantly. But avoidance strengthens emotional fragility. The nervous system becomes less tolerant of discomfort over time. Meanwhile, disciplined action strengthens emotional endurance. You realize sadness can exist without destroying your discipline. Stress can exist without destroying your kindness. Fear can exist without stopping your movement completely. The Spartan mindset trains this repeatedly through action during imperfect emotional states, not waiting for ideal moods, not demanding perfect emotional alignment before moving forward, just calm continuation. This is deeply freeing because life becomes less emotionally exhausting once you stop expecting yourself to feel perfect every day. You stop interpreting every bad mood as failure. You stop assuming temporary emotional heaviness means your entire life is broken. Instead, you begin treating moods more like weather, temporary, changing, important to notice, but not always wise to obey completely. A storm passes, so does a difficult emotional day. This perspective creates patience with yourself without creating laziness, and that balance matters, because the Spartan spirit is not emotionally cruel toward itself. It does not demand robotic perfection. It understands the body gets tired, the mind gets overwhelmed sometimes. Human beings feel pain, discouragement, frustration, and grief. But it also refuses to let temporary moods completely erase long-term values. That is emotional leadership, leading yourself gently but firmly through changing internal states. There is also another hidden danger in mood-based living: identity confusion. When people constantly obey emotion, they begin feeling disconnected from who they truly are, because behavior changes wildly depending on feeling. One day disciplined, next day completely surrendered. One day hopeful, next day hopeless. This creates inner instability, but private standards restore identity. You begin acting from values more often than moods, and slowly self-respect grows because your behavior becomes more consistent, not emotionless. Grounded. The Spartans respected grounded people deeply because grounded people remain useful during difficult seasons. They can still think clearly during stress, still act responsibly during emotional heaviness, still protect others during uncertainty. This stability creates trust, and trust creates leadership, even internally. Because eventually, the mind stops fearing itself so much. You no longer feel controlled by every emotional shift. You begin understanding that moods influence you, but they do not own you completely. That realization changes life. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your nervous system. You do not need to obey every mood that enters your mind. You do not need to stop moving every time emotion becomes difficult. Your feelings deserve awareness, but they do not deserve total control over your direction. You can feel tired and still remain disciplined, feel uncertain and still move forward, feel discouraged and still protect your values. Because the Spartan spirit becomes powerful the moment it stops treating temporary emotions like permanent rulers. And once you stop living as if your mood is your master, another hidden truth about strength begins revealing itself. Most greatness is not built in dramatic moments. It is built in repetition, quiet repetition, ordinary repetition, the kind most people become too impatient to respect. This is why the Spartan mindset valued consistency more than excitement, because excitement is temporary. But repetition shapes identity. The modern world constantly chases stimulation, fast results, big moments, constant novelty. People want transformation to feel intense and emotionally rewarding all the time, but real discipline rarely feels dramatic. Most of the time it feels ordinary. Wake up, train again, practice again, study again, improve again, repeat. And many people secretly struggle here because boredom feels emotionally uncomfortable. The mind craves stimulation. It wants quick rewards and visible progress constantly. But the strongest people learn something different. The boring things often build the most powerful lives. The Spartan spirit understood this deeply. A warrior was not created through one emotional moment of courage. He was shaped through thousands of repeated actions done correctly long before anyone noticed the results. And this principle still shapes every meaningful area of life today. Health improves through repeated habits. Trust grows through repeated honesty. Mastery develops through repeated practice. Character forms through repeated choices. Not glamorous moments. Repetition. This is why the discipline of doing boring things well becomes life-changing. Because the person who can stay focused during ordinary effort becomes incredibly difficult to stop over time. Most people can be disciplined temporarily. Very few can remain disciplined when the work stops feeling exciting. That is where identity is revealed. The Spartan mindset respects the middle, the quiet days, the repetitive days, the days with no applause, no dramatic breakthrough, no emotional high, because those days build endurance, and endurance creates strength. Many people abandon meaningful goals not because they are incapable, but because they become emotionally tired of repetition. The gym becomes repetitive, healing becomes repetitive, building a business becomes repetitive, learning becomes repetitive. Relationships require repeated effort too, but life itself is repetition. Breathing, sleeping, working, practicing, growing. The disciplined soul stops resisting this truth and begins mastering it instead. There is something powerful about becoming the kind of person who can do ordinary things with care even when nobody is watching. The mind learns patience. Attention deepens. Self-respect grows because actions stop depending entirely on emotional excitement. The Spartans trained this intentionally. Repeated drills, repeated routines, repeated discipline. Not because repetition is glamorous, but because repetition builds automatic strength. Under pressure, people do not rise to their highest emotional state. They fall to the level of their training. And training is built through repetition. This applies emotionally too. A calm person practiced calmness repeatedly. A disciplined person practiced discipline repeatedly. A patient person practiced patience repeatedly. No one suddenly becomes strong during crisis without first building habits quietly during ordinary days. This is why boring work matters. The repetitive workout, the repeated study session, the daily journaling, the consistent sleep schedule, the quiet act of keeping promises to yourself. These things seem small individually, but together they shape identity over time. And identity shapes destiny. The modern mind often rejects boredom because boredom feels empty. But boredom is not always emptiness. Sometimes boredom is simply the absence of overstimulation. A nervous system addicted to constant novelty struggles to appreciate slower forms of progress. The Spartan spirit trains attention differently. It learns how to stay present even inside repetition. This creates depth, because people who constantly chase stimulation rarely stay with anything long enough to master it. They move from one excitement to another, always searching for emotional intensity while abandoning the quiet processes that actually create transformation. But the disciplined mind understands something important. Mastery often looks boring from the outside. A musician practicing scales, an athlete repeating drills, a writer writing daily, a disciplined person waking early repeatedly. None of these moments appear dramatic individually, but over years they create extraordinary results. The Spartans respected process more than immediate reward. They understood that the quality of your daily habits eventually becomes the quality of your life. Not occasionally, daily. This is why small actions deserve seriousness. How you clean your room, how you speak to people, how you finish tasks, how you handle routine responsibilities. These ordinary moments train the nervous system constantly. A careless person becomes careless through repeated carelessness. A disciplined person becomes disciplined through repeated attention. there is also humility in repetitive work. It strips away ego fantasies. Many people want the image of greatness more than the process required to build it. But the Spartan spirit values the process itself. The quiet labor, the hidden repetition, the unseen preparation. Because real strength rarely needs performance. It simply continues working, even when nobody praises it. This creates emotional stability too. A person no longer depends entirely on emotional highs to feel purposeful. Meaning begins existing inside consistency itself, inside showing up repeatedly, inside honoring standards quietly. And strangely, this creates peace. Because life stops becoming a desperate search for constant excitement. You begin appreciating slower forms of fulfillment, the satisfaction of consistency, the calm pride of improvement, the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you can continue even when things feel ordinary. That confidence becomes powerful. Not loud confidence, grounded confidence, the kind built through accumulated evidence over time. And perhaps the deepest lesson here is this. Boring things are often difficult precisely because they reveal who truly has discipline and who only has temporary excitement. Anyone can work hard briefly. Few people can remain steady through repetition. But the Spartan spirit understands that extraordinary lives are usually built through ordinary actions, repeated with care for long periods of time. Not perfection, consistency. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your mind. Do not underestimate the power of doing simple things well over and over again. Do not underestimate quiet repetition. Do not underestimate ordinary discipline. Because while others chase constant excitement, the disciplined soul quietly becomes stronger through consistency. And in the end, consistency defeats intensity far more often than people realize. And once you learn the discipline of doing ordinary things well, another quiet transformation begins taking place inside the mind. You stop depending so heavily on applause to keep moving. You stop needing constant recognition to feel valuable, because one of the greatest emotional freedoms a human being can develop is the ability to continue growing even when nobody is praising the effort. The Spartan mindset respected this deeply, not because praise is evil, but because dependence on praise creates weakness. Many people unknowingly build their identity around external approval. Compliments become emotional fuel. Recognition becomes motivation. Attention becomes proof of worth. And when praise disappears, so does confidence. This creates fragile discipline, because the person is no longer working only for growth. They are working for validation. The Spartans trained differently. They believed character should survive even in silence, even when nobody notices, even when effort goes unseen. Because true discipline is revealed most clearly when there is no audience rewarding it. This is rare strength today. Modern life constantly encourages performance, likes, views, attention, public approval. People become conditioned to seek visible reactions for almost everything they do. And slowly, the nervous system begins craving recognition constantly. But the problem with external praise is that it is unstable. Some days people celebrate you. Some days they ignore you. Some days they misunderstand you completely. If your self-worth depends entirely on outside reaction, your emotional state will constantly rise and fall with public opinion. The Spartan spirit refuses to live this way. It builds value internally first, through standards, discipline, integrity, effort, private consistency. These things remain even when applause disappears. This creates emotional independence, and emotional independence creates peace. Many people secretly feel exhausted because they are always performing for approval. They carefully shape personality, appearance, opinions, even dreams around what will receive praise. But living this way slowly disconnects a person from themselves. They stop asking, "What feels true to me?" and begin asking, "What will make people approve of me?" That shift creates inner emptiness over time, because approval can never permanently replace self-respect. The Spartan mindset understands this clearly. Praise feels good, but it should never become emotional addiction. The moment approval becomes necessary for motivation, freedom disappears. Other people's opinions begin controlling behavior. This is why so many people quit meaningful things too early. They begin strong while encouragement exists. But the moment recognition fades, effort fades too. The work no longer feels emotionally rewarding enough. But the disciplined soul learns how to continue quietly without constant validation. That ability becomes powerful, because real growth often happens invisibly for long periods. Healing is invisible at first. Discipline is invisible at first. Character development is invisible at first. The strongest transformations usually happen privately before the world notices anything externally. The Spartan spirit respects this hidden phase. It does not panic because applause has not arrived yet. It continues building anyway. There is also humility in learning to need less praise. A person stops making every achievement part of performance. They no longer need to announce every disciplined action, every sacrifice, every improvement. The work itself becomes enough. That changes the emotional atmosphere inside the mind. Life becomes quieter, more grounded, less desperate for attention. And strangely, this creates deeper confidence too. Not confidence built on being admired, but confidence built on self-trust. The knowledge that you can continue honoring your values even in silence. That is real inner strength. The Spartans valued this because they knew crowds are unreliable. Public opinion changes quickly. People praise you one moment and criticize you the next. Building identity around unstable approval creates unstable peace. But private standards remain steady. This steadiness creates resilience during difficult seasons too. A person no longer collapses emotionally every time recognition disappears. They stop interpreting silence as worthlessness. They understand something important. Not all meaningful work receives immediate praise. Some of the most valuable things in life happen quietly. A parent sacrificing daily for their child. A person healing privately after heartbreak. Someone building discipline nobody sees. A person staying honest when dishonesty would be easier. These moments may never receive applause, but they shape character deeply. And character matters more than attention. The Spartan spirit never confuses visibility with value. This lesson also protects relationships. People addicted to praise often become emotionally dependent on reassurance. They constantly need validation to feel secure. But emotional maturity creates steadiness from within first. This does not mean becoming cold or refusing compliments. Healthy praise can encourage growth beautifully. The problem begins when praise becomes necessary for self-worth. The disciplined soul enjoys encouragement without depending entirely on it. That difference creates freedom. You stop begging the world to constantly confirm your value. You stop shaping every action around how it will appear. You stop feeling invisible simply because attention faded temporarily. Instead, your focus returns to the work itself, to growth itself, to integrity itself. The Spartans believed that self-command mattered more than public admiration. A respected image means little if private character collapses in silence. This is why they trained the mind to continue even when effort felt unseen. And perhaps one of the deepest lessons here is this. People often notice outcomes long after they ignored the process. They admire the discipline after years of unseen repetition. They respect the calmness after years of inner struggle. They celebrate the strength after years of quiet endurance. But the Spartan spirit never waits for permission to grow. It understands that meaningful work remains meaningful even when unnoticed. This creates calm determination, not ego, not arrogance, just quiet commitment. And over time, something beautiful happens. The need for constant praise weakens. You begin feeling satisfaction from alignment itself, from knowing your actions reflect your values whether anyone notices or not. That satisfaction feels deeper than temporary applause ever could, because applause fades quickly, but self-respect stays with you privately. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. You do not need constant praise to continue becoming stronger. You do not need endless recognition to prove your value. Some of the most important growth in your life will happen quietly, away from attention, long before anyone understands what is changing inside you. And that is okay, because the Spartan spirit was never built for performance. It was built for truth, discipline, and strength that survives even in silence. And once you stop depending so heavily on praise from others, your relationship with yourself begins becoming more important, more honest, more visible. Because eventually, every person faces a quiet truth that changes everything. The quality of your life is deeply connected to the level of trust you have with yourself. And trust is not built through words. It is built through promises kept repeatedly. This is why the Spartan mindset valued personal honor so deeply. Not only honor toward others, but honor toward yourself. The ability to say something internally and follow through even when nobody else would know if you failed. Because every promise you keep to yourself strengthens identity, and every promise you repeatedly break weakens it. Most people do not realize how deeply this affects the mind. They think small broken promises do not matter. I'll start tomorrow, just this once. I'll do it later. But the subconscious notices patterns carefully. It remembers every abandoned commitment, every excuse, every delay. And slowly, self-trust begins eroding, not loudly, quietly. A person starts doubting themselves without fully understanding why. They struggle to believe in their future because their past contains too many unfinished promises. They want confidence, but internally the mind whispers, "You say things you do not follow through on." That whisper becomes heavy over time. The Spartan spirit understood this clearly. Self-respect is earned internally, not through appearance, not through performance, through alignment between word and action. This is why keeping promises to yourself becomes so powerful. Every time you follow through despite discomfort, the mind learns something important. I can rely on myself. That lesson changes identity, because many people are deeply loyal to others while constantly betraying themselves. They keep commitments to work, family, deadlines, and responsibilities, but abandon personal commitments easily. Sleep schedules, health goals, emotional boundaries, dreams, discipline, and eventually this creates internal disappointment. The soul becomes tired of hearing promises that never become reality. The Spartan mindset repairs this through consistency, not giant declarations, small kept promises, daily integrity, because trust is built gradually, one completed action at a time. A disciplined person does not suddenly wake up with enormous self-confidence. Confidence grows through accumulated proof, the workout completed, the difficult conversation handled honestly, the routine maintained quietly, the promise honored even when excuses felt easier. These moments create emotional solidity, and emotional solidity creates peace. Because once self-trust strengthens, fear weakens slightly. The mind stops feeling completely unstable. You begin knowing that even during difficult seasons, you are less likely to abandon yourself entirely. That realization becomes emotional safety. The modern world often teaches people to chase motivation instead of building trust. But motivation is temporary. Some days it appears, some days it disappears completely. The Spartan spirit never depended entirely on emotion, because emotions fluctuate too much. Promises remain more stable than moods. This is why disciplined people often feel calmer internally. Their life is not built entirely on emotional unpredictability. They developed standards, habits, commitments. And those commitments continue even when feelings change temporarily. There is also dignity in becoming someone who keeps their word privately, not because perfection is possible, but because effort becomes sincere. The mind no longer hears endless empty promises. It begins seeing action instead. This heals self-respect slowly. Many people secretly carry shame because they spent years disappointing themselves repeatedly. Goals abandoned, boundaries ignored, discipline delayed endlessly. Over time, the relationship with themselves becomes strained. But every kept promise repairs that relationship slightly. The body notices, the nervous system notices, the subconscious notices, and gradually, self-belief begins returning. This is why small promises matter so much. Wake up when you said you would. Finish what you planned to finish. Rest when your body genuinely needs rest. Protect the boundary you promised yourself you would protect. Speak honestly when silence would become self-betrayal. These moments seem ordinary, but they are shaping your identity constantly. The Spartan spirit respects ordinary integrity because extraordinary strength is built through repeated ordinary honesty with yourself. There is another hidden reason self-promises matter deeply. A person who cannot trust themselves struggles to fully trust life too. Anxiety grows because the inner foundation feels unstable. But self-trust creates grounding. You stop feeling completely at the mercy of changing emotions because you know your deeper values remain intact. This creates emotional resilience, not because life becomes easy, because you stop abandoning yourself every time life becomes difficult. That difference changes everything. The Spartans trained this relentlessly. Repeated discipline taught the nervous system reliability. The body learned action through repetition. The mind learned consistency through repetition. Over time, self-command became identity instead of temporary effort. And perhaps one of the most beautiful things about keeping promises to yourself is how quietly transformative it becomes. No dramatic moment, no sudden explosion of confidence, just gradual inner stability growing stronger over time. You begin standing differently internally, thinking differently, carrying yourself differently, because deep down, you know something important now. I do not always run from difficulty anymore. I do not always betray my own standards anymore. I can trust myself more than I used to. That realization creates quiet confidence stronger than external validation ever could. The Spartan spirit builds life from this foundation, not chasing endless approval, not depending completely on mood, but becoming someone whose actions and values align consistently enough to create inner respect. This does not mean perfection. There will still be failures, hard days, moments of weakness. The difference is that the disciplined soul returns instead of surrendering completely. That return matters, because self-trust is not destroyed by occasional mistakes. It is destroyed by permanent abandonment. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. Every promise you keep to yourself is shaping the person you are becoming. Every act of private follow-through strengthens your inner foundation. Every moment you honor your word, even quietly, teaches the mind that you are someone worth trusting. And that trust becomes strength, real strength. Because the Spartan spirit understands something timeless. A person who cannot rely on themselves will always feel unstable inside, no matter how much approval they receive from the world outside. And once you begin keeping promises to yourself consistently, another kind of strength starts developing quietly beneath the surface. A strength that protects your freedom from one of the oldest forces that weakens human beings: uncontrolled pleasure. Because pleasure itself is not the enemy. The danger begins when pleasure becomes your master. The Spartan mindset understood this deeply. A person ruled entirely by pleasure becomes easy to control, easy to distract, easy to weaken. Because the moment comfort, entertainment, desire or instant gratification becomes more important than discipline, the mind slowly loses its authority over itself. And modern life makes this battle harder than ever. Pleasure is available constantly now. Food without hunger, entertainment without rest, stimulation without silence, validation without real connection, distraction without limit. The nervous system is surrounded by endless opportunities to escape discomfort instantly. And little by little, many people lose the ability to simply sit still with themselves. The Spartans trained against this intentionally. Not because pleasure was evil, because dependence was dangerous. They understood something powerful. The more a person needs external pleasure to feel emotionally okay, the weaker their inner stability becomes. If peace depends entirely on stimulation, comfort, entertainment, approval or indulgence, then peace disappears the moment those things disappear. This creates fragile minds, and fragile minds panic easily when life becomes difficult. The Spartan spirit seeks a different kind of freedom, the freedom to enjoy pleasure without becoming controlled by it. That difference changes everything, because many people do not realize how much of their behavior is driven by craving. Craving comfort, craving distraction, craving emotional escape. The mind becomes restless the moment pleasure disappears. Boredom feels unbearable, silence feels uncomfortable, delayed gratification feels painful, and slowly discipline weakens. The body wants ease, the mind wants stimulation, the spirit becomes scattered. This is why the Spartan mindset values restraint, not harsh denial, not emotional repression. Restraint, the ability to enjoy life without losing self-command. A disciplined person can experience pleasure without becoming addicted to it. That is real strength. Because addiction is not only substances. People become addicted to attention, to scrolling, to comfort, to emotional drama, to validation, to endless consumption. And every addiction weakens freedom slightly because behavior becomes controlled externally. The Spartan spirit notices this carefully. It asks, "Can I still remain steady without this?" That question reveals dependence honestly. Can you sit in silence without reaching for stimulation immediately? Can you feel discomfort without instantly escaping it? Can you rest without drowning in distraction? Can you enjoy pleasure without needing endless amounts of it? These questions matter deeply because pleasure loses its beauty when it becomes emotional dependency. The overstimulated mind constantly needs more intensity to feel satisfied. More entertainment, more consumption, more distraction. But satisfaction keeps fading quickly. This creates restlessness. The Spartan mindset interrupts this cycle through simplicity and discipline. It teaches the nervous system how to remain calm without constant reward. This restores appreciation for ordinary life again. Food tastes better when hunger exists. Rest feels better when effort was real. Silence feels peaceful instead of threatening. Human connection feels deeper without endless distraction competing for attention. The disciplined soul regains sensitivity to simple joys because the mind stops demanding constant overstimulation. This is one reason disciplined people often appear calmer internally. Their nervous system is not constantly chasing the next emotional reward. They learned how to exist without needing endless stimulation every hour. That creates peace. The modern world often mistakes indulgence for freedom. Do whatever feels good. Follow every desire. Never deny yourself. But the Spartan spirit sees a hidden trap inside this thinking. A person who obeys every impulse eventually becomes controlled by impulses. Real freedom is different. Real freedom is being able to say no even when temptation exists. The ability to delay gratification. The ability to choose long-term strength over short-term relief. That ability creates enormous power over time. Because most meaningful things require resisting temporary pleasure at some point. Health requires restraint. Focus requires restraint. Financial stability requires restraint. Emotional maturity requires restraint. Purpose requires restraint. Without self-control, life slowly becomes chaotic because every craving pulls the mind in different directions. The Spartan spirit protects focus carefully, not through self-hatred, through wisdom, because uncontrolled pleasure often creates hidden suffering later. Temporary indulgence can create long-term weakness, distraction, regret, exhaustion, or dependency. The disciplined mind sees beyond the immediate emotional reward. This creates clarity, and clarity protects peace. There is also another hidden lesson here. Pleasure itself becomes richer when not overconsumed. The person who constantly chases stimulation eventually feels numb, but the disciplined person experiences deeper enjoyment from simpler things because appreciation remains alive. This is emotional balance, not denying all pleasure, not drowning inside it. Balance. The Spartans respected this balance because they understood that emotional mastery matters more than temporary gratification. A calm mind capable of restraint remains powerful during difficult seasons. It does not collapse every time comfort disappears. This resilience creates confidence too. A person who can resist impulses begins trusting themselves more deeply. The mind learns something important. I do not have to obey every craving immediately. That lesson strengthens self-command, and self-command strengthens identity. Over time, temptations lose some of their emotional power because the nervous system becomes less reactive. The mind no longer panics when pleasure is delayed. Patience deepens, focus deepens, stability deepens. And perhaps most importantly, life becomes more intentional. You stop drifting through endless distraction unconsciously. You begin choosing what deserves your energy instead of constantly feeding every impulse automatically. The Spartan spirit lives this way quietly, not loudly, not performatively, simply disciplined enough to remain free inside a world constantly trying to seduce the mind away from itself. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. Pleasure is beautiful when enjoyed wisely, but dangerous when it controls your direction. You do not need to fear pleasure. You simply must never allow it to become stronger than your discipline. Because the Spartan spirit understands something timeless. A mind that cannot be bought by temporary pleasure becomes incredibly difficult to control. And once you begin building a mind that cannot be controlled by pleasure, another enemy becomes easier to recognize clearly. Not physical exhaustion, not genuine rest, something quieter, heavier, more dangerous over time, laziness. not the kind people usually talk about. Because true laziness is not always lying in bed doing nothing. Sometimes laziness wears intelligent disguises. Endless planning without action, constant distraction, waiting for the perfect time, talking about goals more than pursuing them, staying emotionally comfortable while secretly watching your own potential slowly disappear. The Spartan mindset saw laziness differently from the modern world. It was not simply lack of movement, it was avoidance of responsibility toward your own life. That is why it becomes so dangerous, because laziness rarely destroys people suddenly. It weakens them slowly, quietly, day after day. One delay becomes a habit, one excuse becomes identity, one wasted season becomes years, and eventually a person wakes up grieving the version of themselves they never fully became. The Spartans feared this more than discomfort, because discomfort can strengthen a person, but prolonged laziness slowly drains the spirit of confidence, purpose, and self-respect. This is why the Spartan cure for laziness begins with truth, not shame. Truth. Many people call themselves lazy when they are actually overwhelmed, exhausted, emotionally wounded, or mentally burned out. That is important to understand. Rest is necessary. Recovery matters. Human beings are not machines. But there is another state entirely where the mind knows what needs to be done and continues avoiding it repeatedly anyway. Not because it is impossible, because comfort feels easier. This is where discipline becomes necessary. The Spartan spirit does not wait endlessly for motivation to appear. It understands that action often creates energy, not the other way around. Many people stay trapped because they believe they must first feel ready before moving. But readiness is often built through movement itself. This is why the cure for laziness is rarely overthinking. It is beginning. One small action, one movement forward before excuses fully wake up. Because laziness grows strongest during hesitation. The longer the mind debates discomfort, the heavier action begins feeling emotionally. But once movement starts, resistance often weakens faster than expected. The Spartans trained this through immediacy. Stand up, move, begin. Not because they felt emotionally perfect every day, because delay strengthens weakness. This applies far beyond physical work. Emotional laziness exists too. Avoiding difficult conversations, avoiding healing, avoiding responsibility, avoiding truth. Avoiding growth because growth requires discomfort. Many people stay trapped not because they lack intelligence, but because avoidance became emotionally easier than transformation. The Spartan spirit interrupts this pattern firmly but calmly. It says, your future cannot improve while your habits remain unchanged. That truth is difficult, but freeing, because once you stop lying to yourself about avoidance, power returns. You stop acting helpless. You stop waiting endlessly for life to suddenly transform without effort. You begin understanding that small, repeated actions shape destiny far more than dramatic intentions. This is why the Spartans respected movement so deeply. A moving person develops momentum. A stagnant person develops heaviness. The body and mind influence each other constantly. The longer a person remains inactive physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually, the harder movement begins feeling. This is why laziness often creates anxiety too. Tasks pile up. Responsibilities remain unfinished. The mind carries constant hidden guilt. Energy drains through avoidance, and eventually, even small actions feel emotionally enormous. But action creates relief, not instant perfection. Relief. The relief of movement, the relief of self-respect returning. The relief of no longer abandoning yourself repeatedly. This is one reason disciplined people often feel more mentally stable. Their energy is not constantly leaking through procrastination, avoidance, and unfinished responsibilities. They may still feel stress, but they are moving through it instead of remaining emotionally stuck inside it. The Spartan cure for laziness also involves reducing emotional drama around effort. Many people make tasks harder by mentally resisting them for hours beforehand. The mind complains, negotiates, exaggerates discomfort. By the time the task begins, exhaustion already exists emotionally. But the disciplined spirit learns simplicity. Do the thing, without endless internal performance, without turning every responsibility into emotional tragedy. This creates lightness, and lightness creates momentum. The Spartans understood that discipline becomes easier once action turns into rhythm instead of constant debate. This is why routines matter. Consistent waking, consistent movement, consistent effort. The nervous system adapts over time. Action stops feeling shocking every day. Meanwhile, the lazy mind constantly restarts because nothing becomes stable enough to build momentum. There is also another hidden cause of laziness: lack of meaning. Human beings become emotionally weak when life feels purposeless. A person without direction easily drifts toward distraction because nothing important is pulling them forward internally. The Spartan spirit solves this by connecting discipline to identity and purpose. Effort stops being punishment. It becomes self-respect, preparation, growth, service, responsibility. This changes the emotional atmosphere around work itself. The disciplined person no longer asks constantly, "Do I feel like doing this?" They ask, "What kind of person am I becoming through my actions?" That question creates maturity, because mature people understand that life cannot always be built around comfort. Responsibilities remain whether emotions cooperate or not. Goals require effort, whether moods feel pleasant or not. This is adulthood at its deepest level, leading yourself even when resistance appears. Not perfectly, but consistently. And perhaps most importantly, the Spartan cure for laziness is self-respect through action. Every small completed task restores confidence slightly. Every promise kept restores trust slightly. Every movement forward weakens helplessness slightly. Over time, identity changes. You stop seeing yourself as someone who always delays life. You begin seeing yourself as someone capable of movement, consistency, and follow-through. That identity becomes powerful. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. Laziness is not defeated through shame, guilt, or endless thinking. It is defeated through movement, through beginning before comfort fully convinces you to stay still, through repeated action that slowly rebuilds trust in yourself again. Because the Spartan spirit understands something timeless. A life spent avoiding effort eventually becomes far heavier than effort itself. And once you begin overcoming laziness through movement instead of endless delay, another form of avoidance becomes easier to notice too. Not physical avoidance this time, emotional avoidance. The habit of escaping conversations that feel uncomfortable, necessary, or emotionally risky. Because many people would rather carry silent tension for years than face one honest conversation directly. The Spartan mindset understood how dangerous this becomes. Unspoken truth grows heavy. Avoided conversations grow larger inside the imagination. Resentment quietly accumulates. Misunderstanding deepens, and eventually, silence creates more suffering than honesty ever would have. But people still avoid difficult conversations constantly. Why? Because difficult conversations threaten the ego. They risk rejection, conflict, disappointment, embarrassment. loss. The nervous system senses emotional danger and immediately searches for escape. Delay it, avoid it, pretend it is not necessary, hope the problem disappears on its own. But most unresolved things do not disappear. They grow. The Spartan spirit refuses this slow, emotional decay. Not because hard conversations feel pleasant, because truth creates freedom, while avoidance creates hidden pressure. Many people carry enormous emotional exhaustion simply because they are constantly suppressing things that need expression. Boundaries never spoken, pain never addressed, needs never communicated, apologies never given, truth constantly swallowed to keep temporary comfort. And over time, the soul becomes tired, not from honesty, from repression. This is why the Spartan mindset values directness, calm directness, not aggression, not cruelty, clarity, the ability to speak honestly without emotional chaos controlling the conversation. Because difficult conversations are not dangerous simply because tension exists. They become dangerous when fear, avoidance, pride, and emotional immaturity take control. The disciplined spirit approaches hard conversations differently. Slow breath, clear mind, honest words, no unnecessary drama. This changes everything. Most people fear difficult conversations because they imagine catastrophe before anything has even happened. The mind creates emotional movies. What if they hate me? What if this ruins everything? What if conflict starts? And so the conversation keeps getting delayed. Meanwhile, anxiety grows larger. The Spartan spirit interrupts this cycle through action. Speak, calmly, clearly, sooner instead of endlessly later. Because avoidance feeds fear, while honesty weakens it. This does not mean every conversation will end perfectly. Some people react badly, some misunderstand, some become defensive. But the disciplined soul understands something important. Avoiding truth rarely creates real peace either. False peace built on silence eventually collapses. Real peace requires honesty. This applies everywhere in life. Relationships, family, friendships, work, even the relationship with yourself. Many people avoid difficult inner conversations too. They avoid admitting unhappiness, avoid facing addiction, avoid confronting loneliness, avoid acknowledging fear. But healing begins the moment truth becomes more important than temporary emotional comfort. The Spartan spirit respects this deeply. Because courage is not only physical bravery. Sometimes courage is emotional honesty. The courage to say, "This hurt me. I need to change. This situation is no longer healthy. I was wrong. I need help." These sentences require enormous strength because vulnerability feels dangerous to the ego. But avoiding vulnerability often creates isolation, and isolation creates suffering. The Spartans understood that directness protects energy. A difficult conversation handled honestly may feel uncomfortable temporarily, but unresolved tension drains the nervous system continuously. The body carries stress quietly. Thoughts replay endlessly. Emotional distance grows silently. One honest conversation can release months or years of hidden pressure. That is powerful. There is also dignity in learning how to communicate without emotional explosion. Many people only know two extremes, silence or chaos. Either they suppress everything, or they finally erupt after carrying resentment too long. But the Spartan spirit trains emotional control, calm truth, measured words, firmness without cruelty. This creates maturity. Because emotionally mature people understand that honesty does not require violence. You can set boundaries without hatred, disagree without disrespect, express pain without becoming destructive. This steadiness changes relationships deeply. People feel safer around calm honesty than unpredictable emotional reactions. Trust grows when communication becomes clearer and less emotionally chaotic. And perhaps most importantly, difficult conversations strengthen self-respect. Every time you speak honestly, instead of abandoning yourself through silence, the mind learns something important. My truth matters too. That lesson repairs confidence quietly. Many people secretly lose themselves by constantly avoiding necessary conversations. They become people pleasers, emotionally passive, afraid of conflict. Over time, resentment builds because the soul knows it is betraying itself repeatedly. But the Spartan mindset refuses constant self-betrayal, not aggressively, calmly. The disciplined soul understands that discomfort during honest conversation is temporary, but the pain of living dishonestly often lasts much longer. This creates freedom from fear over time. The more you practice difficult conversations calmly, the less terrifying they become emotionally. The nervous system learns something powerful. I can survive tension without collapsing. That lesson changes identity. You stop fearing honesty so much. You stop carrying conversations in your chest for months before speaking. You stop allowing avoidance to control your relationships. Instead, clarity becomes natural. Not harshness, clarity. The Spartans respected clarity because confusion wastes energy. Honest communication creates direction. Even painful truth creates more stability than endless guessing, silent resentment, and emotional avoidance. There is also humility in difficult conversations. Sometimes honesty reveals that you were wrong too. The disciplined spirit accepts this possibility without ego collapsing completely. Apologizing honestly requires strength. Listening calmly requires strength. Growth requires humility. The Spartan path embraces this, because pride often ruins relationships faster than truth ever could. And perhaps one of the deepest lessons here is this: difficult conversations are rarely as terrifying as the mind predicts beforehand. The anticipation often creates more suffering than the conversation itself. Once honesty begins, tension frequently softens because the hidden weight finally has somewhere to go. Tonight, while your body rests, let this lesson settle deeply into your spirit. You do not need to spend your life running from uncomfortable truth. You do not need to carry silent tension forever. Some conversations are difficult precisely because they matter, and the Spartan spirit understands that temporary discomfort during honesty is far lighter than the lifelong exhaustion of constantly avoiding what needs to be faced. Tonight, while your body rested, something deeper was being forged quietly beneath the surface. Not just discipline, but direction, a steadier mind, a calmer nervous system, a stronger relationship with yourself. You walked through discomfort without running. You learned how to face fear without drama, how to stop obeying every mood, every craving, every excuse. You learned the power of silence, private standards, emotional control, calmness under pressure, and the strength of keeping promises to yourself even when nobody else could see the effort. This is what the Spartan spirit truly is: not loud toughness, not empty pride, but the quiet ability to lead yourself when comfort, fear, laziness, distraction, rejection, and pressure try pulling you backward. Because real strength is not built in moments where life feels easy. It is built in the silent moments where the soul chooses discipline instead of surrender. And slowly, that choice changes everything. So tonight, as you drift deeper into rest, remember this: you are not becoming stronger all at once. You are becoming stronger through repetition, through awareness, through the quiet decisions nobody applauds but your future self will one day thank you for. And maybe years from now, People will look at your calmness, your discipline, your emotional control, your quiet confidence, without ever realizing it was built during nights like this. Nights where your body rested, but your mind learned how to become unshakable. Before you sleep completely, leave a comment below and tell me this. Which lesson tonight hit you the hardest? And which weakness are you finally ready to stop negotiating with? And if this journey helped strengthen your mind even a little tonight, subscribe to the channel and return whenever the world feels noisy, heavy, or uncertain. We are building something rare here together, a mind that remains calm, disciplined, and strong no matter what life brings.